Is FELTES, is that Felts or Felties? Do you know?
Belts, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say I'm just welcoming everyone to the live stream of the party session in Docket 137C 212. We're just going to be doing some preliminary matters here until we get started. We'll be off the record, but recording's going in case there are people who need to or want to connect and make sure the live stream's running before we get started.
I'm gonna run to the ladies' room real quick.
Mhm.
Be right back.
Testing my mic.
I can hear you.
Great.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Just getting people checked into the hearing. You'll see that your screen name has been changed. I did the best I could to attach your party affiliation to the name. There's testing my memory with some of these people. So I think Mike and Rachel, I'm missing your party affiliation, and Todd Marich, I need your party affiliation.
For Rachel O'Brien and Mike Moore.
Okay, so Sean and Rachel O'Brien, but now Mike and Rachel are also
Yes.
Correct.
okay. So let me see.
Dad and daughter.
So I usually don't have people use backgrounds if you're going to be appearing. So if you could turn that off,
Just
appreciate that.
And Judge Newmark, Todd Marsh is with ATC.
Ah, okay.
He's one of our witnesses.
Just take a minute to organize. It actually does help quite a bit to have these party names in front of your name because of the way Zoom works. Let me just check the rest of you guys. How about Greg Wiemeyer? I know I recognize the name, but I just can't place it at the moment.
That's a party, I believe.
All right, the WP party. Yes, right. Leota is Todd. Oh, quite a lot of people here. This is a big event. Okay. Let's see. Here so far, we got everyone checked in. Right. So we're missing a party, but so far this is who we have. Thought I saw Attorney Pollard right at the beginning. There you are. Okay, great. Got you there. So I know we're not ready to take witnesses yet. I don't see all the witnesses connected. And so before we begin, I just want to remind everyone that witnesses need to be in attendance or available to verify their testimony, even though there may not be cross. So that those cross exam emails was not waiver of their appearance. I tried to make that clear in the facilitating matters order and in my email yesterday, but otherwise, if they're not showing up, I'm not accepting their testimony. So they need to be here or be available. We can discuss that when we get on the record and deal with some of the preliminary matters, but I just wanted to warn you in case we don't have the person showing. So who's let me just let this person. I just let somebody in to the hearing. Their screen name is SR iPad, and so I was curious who that is. Okay, so if you don't respond, I'm going to remove you from the Zoom. Just so you know,
Chris Michaels. Chris Michaels.
Chris Michaels. Ah, okay, yes, I see you there. Recognize you from the party, from the public session. So that's CMDM, right? Your party.
Yes. Yes.
And Your Honor, this is Jeff Leota speaking, just so that you know, my clients are in the conference room with me here at DeWitt. So
Okay.
you won't have a separate feed from them unless they testify. I do have a separate laptop set up for them later.
All right, great. I appreciate that. So for the O'Briens, Mike and Rachel, you're not able to turn that. Is that just on your wall? Is that it's not a background? Is that what you were saying before?
Wow.
It's the wall.
Oh, good. Okay, well, that's fine. It's kind of it's definitely impressive. So I appreciate seeing that. All right, looks like the people coming in have slowed down quite a bit. So I think we can get going here. So I'll have to say, before we get on, we have a lot to juggle here. I thought this was going to be one of the easier cases, but pans out that there's a lot of open ends in terms of just housekeeping issues and getting everything organized and ready to go to present to the commissioners. So that may take a while just getting through the preliminary items. So Kim's iPad just joined us. Can you identify yourself, please? Kim's iPad, if you can unmute, let me know who you are, or else I'm going to remove you from Zoom. If you do want to watch the hearing, you can do so on our YouTube channel. And I can show you that on the screen share. The link for that is right here, this youtube.com at PSCWI-hearings. Okay, not hearing anything from you. That Kim, then we're not expecting that person as a witness as far as you know, Kim. Okay. So just so you know, yeah, if you could please switch over to YouTube, I'd appreciate that. Otherwise, and I'm gonna remove you now. Okay. All right. Let's get started. We'll get on the record. This is docket 137 CE 212, the application of ATC for what we're calling the, if I can find it, the Mill Road-Granville Transmission Line Project. There we go. My name is Michael Newmark, the Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. We're in the party hearing session over Zoom, and we have parties and commission staff in attendance. We've made the connection available for observation for members of the public on our YouTube hearing channel. And I can see from my screen that that is in operation right now. We are taking evidence from the parties and commission staff here today. We've done a public session last Tuesday where we received, we heard comments live from members of the public. We also took written comments that were handed in to me at that time. And we're also receiving written comments in this case up until June 2nd through the commission's website or by US mail. Right, so that's our notice. Let's switch over to appearances. We'll do this on the record. Just going through the service list. I think I know I shared this with parties in an email yesterday. This is the most up-to-date list that I have. And just so you know, just to reiterate, we do use this list to serve official documents, including the final order, will be served by email according to this list. So just make sure we have everything accurate and complete. And let me know now if that's the case. So let's start with American Transmission Company. Who do we have representing them?
Brian Potts and John Sagoni.
Okay.
And our information's accurate.
Okay, great. CMDM Lilly LLC.
Attorney Kevin Pollard appears for CMDM LLC. Also, I believe present on the call is Chris Michaels from CMDM LLC.
Okay, so we're going to go through each party one at a time, but we'll keep you on the line here. How about Marcy Road Property LLC?
Again, Attorney Kevin Pollard appearing for Marcy Road Property LLC. Marcy Road Property LLC is one of the MRP properties.
Okay, appreciate that. And Marcy Road Property 2 LLC.
Attorney Kevin Pollard appearing for Marcy Road Property 2 LLC. Also present on behalf of Marcy Road Property 2 LLC is Michael Moore.
Okay, thank you. Milwaukee Lawn Sprinkler Corp.
Appearing on behalf of Milwaukee Lawn Sprinkler Corp., Jeff Leota of DeWitt LLP. Also in attendance in my conference room is Mr. Paul Todd, President of the corporation.
Okay. Public Service Commission.
Sophia Rogers. I've got Anna Greshel in the room with me here. And the other witnesses are on Zoom.
Okay, great, thanks. Sean and Rachel O'Brien.
Attorney Kevin Pollard appearing for Sean and Rachel O'Brien, and I know both Sean and Rachel O'Brien are on the call as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The Todds, just calling him Todd.
Yes, appearing on behalf of Paul Todd, Jennifer Todd, Michael Todd, and Gail Todd, Jeffrey Leota of DeWitt LLP.
All right.
And both Mr. Paul Todd and Mr. Michael Todd are in my conference room.
Okay, perfect, thanks. The Weimar property.
Again, Attorney Kevin Pollard appears for the Weimar property. Also present are Greg Weimer and Jennifer Weimer.
Okay, it looks like on the list, I don't have you listed on there for for the Weimar. So you're going to get another email it's probably better that we do that. So sorry about that. I missed that one. Okay. And Wisconsin Industrial Energy Group. Look like they're appearing. So before we move on, let's just go off the record. I have someone else just waiting in the wings here. All right, so I just wanted to check in. I just admitted Greg W. or Greg GW. Just curious if you're connected with the party or a member of the public. Does anyone recognize that Greg GREGGW?
I believe that's Greg Weimer, my client with the
Weimer.
Weimer property.
Okay, great. That makes sense. Thought he was already. Did he drop out before? I'm not sure.
Oh, I was muted. Okay.
Grego, am I on?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Yes. So this is Greg Weimer's connection. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Did you hear that Jennifer Weimer was present? I believe I was muted. And I just unmuted myself.
Oh, you're Jennifer. Okay, that's why I have this confused. Yes, I will change that. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Great. Okay, perfect. So we have our appearances and we've gone through the notice. Let's go to our offered evidence list. Let's get on the record. So we're going to be discussing the offered evidence list. First of all, we may have to blend this a little bit in terms of comments and accuracy of the document because we're just kind of everything's sort of in flux in this case. So I want to make sure we catch everything. So I think let's just start with the applicant, and maybe we'll just try to deal with all the issues I can come up with the applicant first and then move on. So I did change this list slightly because I did notice that applicant filed an additional revision for the application document. However, there's another issue with that document. It relates to there's new filings, and there's also the Appendix D. I think that's the technical sort of need document. So the Appendix D, it looks like the confidential affidavit indicated that there's CEII information as well, and combined as well business confidential information. So our practice has been to separate those, and I think we did this as well in the 209 case and the 210 case. So if I say do it again, hopefully that would be a good shortcut. But if we'll need to have the confidential version of Appendix D should include the business confidential information and only redact the CEII information. So we'll need to refile a new public, a new confidential, and a new CEII version of the Appendix D, and then update the application exhibit. So there's also been some new submissions. I'm not sure if there's anything new in the application itself that needs to get included. I know that there's potentially some route changes that have occurred recently. So if we need to revise the application based on the route changes, that will also need to be reflected in the application filings and the new application exhibit. So
Your Honor, I'm not aware of any route changes. I think the route changes were one of the interveners routes that they filed the maps. Maybe that's what you're thinking of,
Okay.
but yeah, we can take care of the confidential Appendix D filings, and then update the application exhibit.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me just look at so let me ask just if there are any questions about the filings as they're listed on the offered evidence list.
I had one question,
Okay.
or I guess slight issue. I think two things you had raised in your email. One was the surrebuttal for Hoffman. You had asked us to change the reference to the Weimeyer exhibit from the original one to the new one.
Yeah.
The issue with that is the new one is different than the original one, and the original testimony was responding to the original one. So
I got an answer for you.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So,
All right.
so I'm not asking to change. I'm asking to change the IRF name, but you're going to still be citing to Weimar. Let me just get this right. So, Exhibit WPG Weimar 1 is the original with the correct filed name.
Oh, I see. So
And
we cite the new name of it, but the same document that we cite.
Yeah, I mean the document, yes, the same original document, I believe, is
You
reflected.
just refiled it and renamed it. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So it looks like this.
I got you. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I was trying to. So first we were correcting all the names and citations to the filing format, and then we dealt with changing the exhibit to be clearer as to what the route was looking like. So that's why in this situation we're going to keep Weimar 1 in place as well as Weimar R2. They're both going to go on the record because people have been referred to both in the testimony. So, but good. Glad you caught that.
Yeah, and then the other note that you had given us was the avian protection plan, which was filed as a data request response yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, thanks.
So hopefully that'll get in the record on the data request list.
That's the plan. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So then for ATC, okay. On all the documents here are cited correctly?
Yes.
Okay, on the list. Okay. All right. So I think while we have ATC here, let's look to I did have a question for you. Well, this is not really on the let's wait on that. Okay. So I don't think there's anything else on the offered evidence for ATC. So let's move to Michael's. So we do have some sort of preliminary issue to deal with. Included in my comment here, we'll probably need to have Attorney Pollard respond to this, but in the course of events during the proceeding, Chris Michaels appeared at the public session and gave a comment, and it was I recognize his name, but I think there's also a Michaels involved in the 210 case, so I think people were a little confused, especially me, about the situation. But I asked him if he was involved in this case as a party, and the answer was a little garbled that I reviewed on Zoom on YouTube, but he proceeded with his comment anyway. So at this point, I do need to make a choice whether to accept that public comment or accept the testimony filed as a party, and the consequences would be because you can't participate in both types of sessions. I would then withdraw, have CMDM withdraw as a party, and I can accept the public comment, or I can strike the public comment and accept this testimony and whatever happens today in terms of Chris Michaels' participation as a party, as a witness to on behalf of CMDM. So, any guidance on that, Attorney Pollard?
Judge, could I briefly confer with my client?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's go into recess for a
No,
minute.
I'm not a party of anything else right now.
So
a little off the record. Do you want to, you can talk to him now if you want.
Yeah, Chris, why don't you mute your button and I'll call you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Judge. Mr. Michaels will retract his comment at the public hearing. He wishes to stay as a party in the proceedings today.
Okay, so let's get back on the record. And so it looks like Attorney Pollard and Chris Michaels conferred offline. Can you just give us your decision, Attorney Pollard, on behalf of CMDM?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Michaels will retract his public comment and wishes to continue as a party in the session today.
Okay, great. So I will strike that from the hearing transcript for the public hearing session. Strike his statement given as a member of the public. All right. And did you have any questions about the comments here? There's some citation changes.
Yeah, I know there's a few citation change comments. Is that something then that we can revise after the hearing today?
That's the idea. Yep. So if you, just so you're clear, I know this is a new process for you. Let me just find, this is one that I fixed. So I've already filed this one correctly. So if you look at what I'm talking about in terms of cover page, just a blank page where we can put that IRF stamp without it over typing anything, then the name of the exhibit in this format, and then the rest of your exhibit, whatever you filed before. I don't think there's any issues with how what the substance in there seemed to work. I did want to just reinforce for everyone what it looks like if you don't follow the exact format. And I know it's a pain, but it's a pain for everyone, including me. So I have a program that organizes these filings, and it goes down and it lists them in alpha order. So like for example, ATC filed 2 application documents and they're listed back to back or one above the other. So it's easy to organize. But in the last time it filed, it just missed a dash. And so it puts it on the bottom of the list. So now I'm looking, thinking, where is this thing? Did they file it? Let me look for it. And then I actually have to go into another program and change the name that was typed in wrong the first time. So that just adds a lot more work and effort. If you could just please follow the format the first time, I'd really appreciate it. It definitely helps with keeping these cases organized, and it just makes I'm allowed to pay more attention to the substance rather than the form. So just putting the dash in actually makes a difference. That's why it's presented that way on the facilitating matters order. That's why I'm asking you many times providing you a guidance on all the formatting. So when you file your new documents, please pay attention to that. Okay, so it looks like CMDM's good to go. MRP, I think just had some formatting issues with that. I did. Let's just go off the record for a second here. So I think this one. So did I not provide an example of this? Okay, so actually I'm wrong. Let's go back on the record. So Michael's 1R it's actually not just what you filed originally. I did want you to add a page. It's for clarity, so I can show you what that looks like. It doesn't really change the proceeding, the hearing today, but so there's a page from ATC's filings, Appendix A, Figure 4, Part 2. Oh, Map A4-48. So I think that has your property on it. And I would just like you to file that as well as the page that you submitted. I think that's the GIS picture. This would make it more clear in terms of how how it relates to the proposal. Now not seeing this exactly. Attorney Pollard, do you see the
I
property
don't,
on this page?
I don't. Is that it on the left? I believe that's it on the left,
The large open space.
to the north there, where the line's
yes.
going through.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So just having that page as well. I don't know if I mean, labeling it would work if we just put a label on there toward like off the side of where we're interested in. Maybe that would be helpful, but it's not necessary. I think it's just good to see those things in conjunction. So the commissioners don't have to look through all the documents like we are having to do.
Judge, do you have the document number for that?
Yes, it's right here. It says
Got it.
522117.
Okay.
And it's map A4-48. Okay. So that could just be the next page on the exhibit. All right. So for MRP, any questions about the filings?
I don't think so. We can correct the cover sheet issues.
Yeah. Yeah, and just another point is just to leave the markings off of the original documents. So I think maybe, yeah. So you don't need to mark the original, the document you're submitting as the exhibit, just the cover page. So I just leave that off of the original doc. Okay. Todd, so Todd was interesting. Yeah, I guess first of all, we did have a question about Todd with the errata sheet. This is another document I sent by email to the parties. I called it issues for hearing, and it related to, for the Todd exhibits, the Todd testimony, it did yeah, I think we want to clarify this. So there appears to be some change to the proposal.
Well,
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and explain that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm sorry that my errata sheet has caused the confusion when I was intending to kind of clarify the record. I believe that the disconnect is that the errata was designed to eliminate the reference to the alternative route rather than the proposed route. I don't believe that there's any dispute between ATC and the Todds that the current proposed route for the 345 kV lines and the new 138 kV lines are on the north end of the Todd property. As we understand the proposal, however, the alternative route for the new 138 kV line is nowhere near the Todd property. It's actually on Silver Spring Road. And what I was trying to do with the errata, because of the reference to Exhibit 3, is to just clarify that it's the Todd's preference that the alternative route for the new 138 kV line be adopted by the commission. That was the intent behind the change, and I'm sorry that it has caused the confusion that it has.
Okay, so just I think, well, we're all just doing our best here, but let me just, so the Todd Exhibit 3, and I do want to pull out the one that I created, just more complete. Is that not still recommended by the TODs, or are they just, or are the TODs just recommending use the currently proposed alternate?
Well, what the Todds are proposing is that for the new 138 kV line, they would rather have the alternative route adopted by the commission.
Yes, okay.
The problem here is that with the original Appendix 3, it shows an alternative route on the north end of the property, which ATC has, withdrew, and they decided to move the alternative route to Silver Spring Drive.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, but that was already in place by the time testimony was filed, right? The change to the alternative. I guess.
We plan on filing a post-hearing brief. I mean, if it's easier for us to address that in the post-hearing brief, Judge, we could do it there too, and I could I could modify the errata sheet just to correct the typo and just give an explanation, in the post-hearing brief.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the witness can also make a statement today to clarify, so we can accept evidentiary statement from the witness clarifying that, and I think that's probably we'll need to do that. But I think as it was filed, but it was accurate as it was filed at the time it was filed. Is that your understanding?
No, because I think at the time that it was filed, ATC had already moved the alternative route to Silver Spring Drive.
And ATC didn't respond. So ATC, did you guys address that in rebuttal?
I'm not sure what Mr. Leota is referring to in this specific situation of moving the alternative route. I'd have to confer with my routing and siting folks.
Let's just go off the record then, and can you just do that quickly? Because I do want to get that cleared up before we accept documents or have people change their testimony.
If I may just say, Mr. Potts, I did send you an email last night with the email string between you and me to give you background on that. You may want to review that with your team.
Okay. I'm not sure the best way to do that right now, Your Honor, unless we took a recess. It seems like the easiest way would be to have Mr. Leota, ask questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take Paul Todd on the stand for that and have him clarify. I mean, I just wanted to check if it doesn't change Exhibit 3, PTOD Exhibit 3, because that actually doesn't show the alternate route. It's just showing the property kind of more close in. So, and this is the original version. So we don't have to worry about that necessarily. Okay, so that's helpful. Okay, so let's just get back on the record. So I think we'll handle any confusion that we need to clarify with respect to that proposed errata from PTOD as a direct statement from the witness when witness takes the stand. But so just in terms of the filings that we have so far, I think in terms of the errata, I think I'm gonna deny the at least the way it's phrased right now. I'm not gonna accept the change proposed in the errata, except if I could find it. There's another change. There was one correction. Yeah, just a typo. So that line, one of the errata sheet, but the rest of the errata will withhold that for now and just have the witness make clarification on the stand. So otherwise, the changes here are, basic formatting. It looks like. Any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, okay, great. All right, so move to WP, Weimar property. Again, I think mostly formatting. Any questions from your attorney here?
No, Judge.
Okay, and that the R2 one R2, I think that's the version that I created. No, I guess this is one that I think I sent to you and that you added lines to, I believe. So
Correct.
you're good with that. Okay. All right. Commission staff, any questions?
No, Your Honor, we can confirm, we are updating that DRR exhibit.
Okay, great. Yeah, and just so we know, I think we've had a chance to look at it, but am I missing any documents? Do I have them misplaced on the table here? Any comments on that? This is cleared up.
One minor nit I just noticed
Yeah.
is Hoffman has two ends, but it looks like it's been filed that way, so that's all right.
Okay, we'll let that stand.
Yeah, let's not refile those to
Yeah.
admin.
We'll let that stand. So we'll have to hopefully we won't have to recall that person years later for identification purposes. But okay, so let's say what I can say is that I'll accept the documents listed on the offered evidence list pending verification and corrections. And those corrections are due in 3 working days. And I think that's all we need for this. We're doing pretty well here. So let's switch over to the other issues that I had identified. Like I said, this is getting very involved here. There's a lot of things going on here. All right, so we just want to have a brief discussion. And I just wanted to make sure I have understanding of practices that are being pursued in these proceedings, particularly on discovery. It's just the first thing on the list here. So I happened to notice these discovery responses came in recently, so they got my attention. So that happens sometimes. But I was just curious because I saw that. Well, first of all, and I don't know. I expect this to be kind of standard practice, as far as I know. That when responding to discovery, the respondent puts in who authored the response and whether that was legal or factual response. Identifying the people one way or another between lawyers and fact experts. I didn't see that with ATC, and I guess I noticed when that was asked on discovery, who was answering the questions, ATC had responded that was unduly burdensome.
I think we answered that question and said Stefan Hoffman and somebody else.
Well, yes, you did put a name in, but it was identifying him as the team person, but not the person answering the question in particular. So
I see. Okay.
No one's objecting to this, but I would say I would expect, just as in terms of property discovery, to put the person's name who's actually answering the question, or if it's more than one, just put them all, because that's really the purpose of discovery, right? To identify who knows what and what those things are. And if we don't identify those people with complete accuracy, we may be missing something in the end. So no, like I said, no one's objecting to any of this. This is not something we need to deal with in this case necessarily, but I know that in other proceedings with other parties, I've seen that done as a matter of course. And to me, it seems like a best practice, if not just a common expectation.
Yeah, we can file a verification with it, which is usually what was done. But since they had asked who was responsible for responding and we listed it in the response, we didn't think a verification was necessary, but that's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be a I mean, well, I mean, a verification, you mean like an actually like notarized?
No, not necessarily, but
Okay.
usually at the end of the discovery, we'll say, as to objections, lawyers, as to responses, such and such person.
Yeah.
I don't think we did that there because they'd asked the question and we'd already put it in. So,
Okay.
but yes, we can do that going forward for
I
sure.
mean, what I've seen other companies do is just at the top of each answer putting in, yeah, as to objections, blah, 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 as to the
Just
answer.
like a data request, basically.
Yeah. Right, right.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. The other issue on this discovery was that it looked like, and again, the applicant answered above its objection, but it still objected to requests for productions. And I'm quoting, the applicant objects to this request is outside the scope of discovery, permitted under WIS admin code section PSC 2.24 paren 1. And then requests to admit are not permitted in PSCW proceedings. Now, no one objected to that, and you did provide what you had, but I don't understand that. If you have a legal basis for saying that,
Yeah, I've made requests to admit in prior dockets and you ruled that we couldn't do it. So there's commission orders from you on request to admit. So we put that in there as a, hey, heads up, you shouldn't be doing request to admit, but we're going to be nice and respond to them anyway.
okay. Well, I'd like to see
I mean, that was the thinking,
orders,
because I didn't want to have a fight
I'm
about
sorry, wait, you can't talk over the judge, or you can't both speak.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I guess if you're going to do it again, you're best to be citing what I said, because I don't recall that, but it's possible. I just think
Yeah, I mean, in the prior docket, we made the same objection in the hearing we had last week, and we did actually cite the decision, but since we were responding anyway, I didn't think it was necessary.
right. It is in chapter 804, so I don't know, wonder what circumstances I may have said.
Yeah, it's because 804, it doesn't list a request to admit, or the PSC's rules say depositions, they don't specifically list request to admit. So when this was a couple of years ago, we had a big fight about it with some party. I don't remember exactly, but there is definitely a decision where you ruled request to admit are not allowed in these
Okay.
proceedings.
Okay,
So,
well, I'll look at that next time, but good. I'm glad to get some explanation for that. It's useful.
Judge, if I can interject, my client Chris Michaels lost his connection and asked if he could be let back in.
Oh, yes, that's who it is. All right. Thanks. Let's go off the record for a second. All right. So that's good. So we'll handle that in the future. Not sure what this, I think just. Okay, so we do have all the data request responses in from commission staff. Is that your understanding, Attorney Potts?
I'm on mute. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We responded to all of them yesterday, so there should be nothing outstanding.
Okay, good. All right, so just a procedural matter. I know that Attorney Pollard filed these exhibits I have listed here, the MRP fantasy doc exhibits. So those, I'm not gonna receive those as offered. What we'll do is we'll see if they're needed on cross. If I receive them, then they'll be marked and we'll need to refile those. And we actually won't use that naming standard. I'll discuss that if we get to it. But
Understood.
but the other question I had about this is they looked like they were responses to discovery, and those responses should be on IRF already. So I had trouble finding them. I don't know if that's something that we need to discuss, or maybe I just couldn't find them on the list.
I believe we received those directly from ATC's council.
Yes, you should have gotten served with those, and at the time of service, they should have been filed by ATC. So I don't know if there's just a disconnect with those, or does ATC need some clarification about that?
I'm not I mean, we filed all of them.
Okay, so I just
So-
might have missed it. Okay.
I mean, as far as I know, they were all filed, I guess is what I should say. If for some reason they weren't, we'll obviously circle back and fix that.
Okay, great. Just so you know, in the future, we want to make sure that's happening. Okay, good. That's all we have for this. Okay. Yeah, I did have a note that we want to discuss modifications to the proposed the ATC should be prepared to discuss modifications to the proposed project, but from what it sounds like, there are no pending modifications that haven't been reflected in the application documents at this point.
Not that I'm aware of. I think, and I believe I think I know what Mr. Todd was talking about earlier. And the issue I was having was he kept saying we were changed the alternative route and we didn't. I think there was a misunderstanding about where the alternative route was.
Yeah.
And that's why we were kind of talking past each other earlier.
I think that
we haven't changed
that's
the
a
route.
That's a common misunderstanding in this case. So I'm glad, that's something that's been happening. But okay, good. So that's not an issue. So I think we covered all of that. Great. So only 45 minutes into the hearing, we can get started. So what I'm going to do first then is I don't think I have tallied who we have cross for at this point. There is an opportunity though, if no one has cross. I have no commissioners joining in who want to ask questions. So we can excuse witnesses who for which there's no cross and they do not have any additional statements to make. So they would then, if that's the case, I can excuse them and have them verify their documents by affidavit. But it's up to the party if they want to call them and have them verify live or stay and observe. That's fine. But let's go through the list and identify people we have no cross for. So let's start with the applicant. Are there any witnesses where we have no cross?
You mean our witnesses, Your Honor?
Yes, your
Yes, no one identified cross for Garum or Marsh, as far as I'm aware.
All right, so I'm not going to poll everyone individually. Just chime in if you had any questions at this time. Any parties, commission staff have questions for Garum?
Commission staff might have questions for Marsh.
Okay, let's take Garum first. Anyone
Okay.
for Garum? Okay, so we can excuse Garum. Just verify those documents under by affidavit. Party's choice if they want to call them or not. Marish, any questions for Marish? Start with the parties first. Okay, commission staff, you may have a question.
We have a question. It could possibly be answered by witness Hoffman. It's related to the feasibility.
Okay, that's all right. I don't need we'll just keep them on for now. That's
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, so we excuse Garum. How about CMDM? Any questions for Michaels? And I think Michaels was going to be, oh no, that's different. Was Michaels going to get called? No, so that wasn't the same witness. That was Todd, right? So no questions for Michaels. All right, we can excuse Michaels with testimony verified by affidavit. And don't forget those corrections as well.
Judge,
Yeah.
just to clarify, so is Mr. Michaels permitted to testify today, or is it, if there's no cross, he's not permitted to?
No, let me be clear. Right. So you may call him. It's up to you. And if Michaels has additional testimony, like we said, a brief oral statement in response to the last file documents or anything that's been stated at the hearing, that's permissible. Or you might just call him if you want him to verify his testimony on the stand. That's fine. But I can excuse him to the extent you want to, if he wants to, he can leave and just verify by affidavit. You look confused.
Well, I'm just looking to, Mr. Michaels, would you prefer to stay or would you like to be excused?
You know, I can, if they struck what I spoke on yesterday, I'd like to at least get a comment in today.
Yeah, that's probably not going to work. I mean, he had chance to file direct testimony, and that is the direct testimony that we have in writing. Additional statements would have to be responsive to the last filed documents or something that's stated at the hearing today. So it depends on what he has to talk about, whether we can let it in or not. I mean, we can keep him here and we can deal with it when it's time to get there. But he is free to leave if he wishes to and just verify those documents by affidavit.
Real quick, Kevin, there's a few things that came to light here that are not in my testimony.
Okay, well, we're not going to discuss that now. We may be having a break here before we get you on the stand, so you can talk to Attorney Pollard at that point. Okay, and so let me also just give you some guidance for people who haven't practiced here before. The affidavit can be very simple. If you're verifying by affidavit, it just needs to state your name. Your filings are complete and correct to the best of your knowledge. Give us the IRF numbers for those filings, and verify with a notarized verification. So those are the elements of an affidavit. And the tricky thing is that if you're refiling, you want to put the new PSC numbers in that affidavit. So that may mean you get those filings in quickly so that you can meet the deadline for the verification. Because you need to get the... Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, that's also 3 days?
Yes, it's all the same day. Yeah. So take a little planning for that. So any questions about that from anybody?
No.
Okay, so for Michael's, we've done Michael's. So MRP, any questions for witness Jackson? Not hearing any. Okay, Moore. R. O'Brien. And S. O'Brien. Any questions? Okay, so there's no cross for any of the MRP witnesses. I can receive those documents in evidence with the affidavit. They may be excused, or your attorney may call you and have you do that on the stand, just so you know. All right, so Todd, any questions for M. Todd? Questions for P. Todd? Okay, so same thing applies. Yes.
So I can excuse Mr. Michael Todd. I know with Mr. Paul Todd, there was some issues with the errata, so he's going to stay, but yes. I can excuse Michael Todd.
Yes, you can. Well, I'll allow you. Yes, I'm excusing them. You can choose to call them or not.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then just don't forget the refiles. And yeah, how about WP G. Waymeyer? Questions for G. Waymeyer? And J. Waymeyer, any questions for J. Waymeyer? Okay, so they're also excused pending the verification and refilings. So commission staff usually appears. Is that the plan, Attorney Rogers?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So I think we have all of our preliminary items done. Anything we need to address before we move to hear from witnesses?
Your Honor, could I just have a moment? I've got multiple clients. Could I confer with each of my clients about whether they, well, do you have any idea of when ATC's case will be completed so I could perhaps call them back?
Yeah, we will, we'll take ATC first. That should be, the bulk of the hearing. Well, let's plan a break, if not sooner, at the end of ATC witnesses, and then we can plan a break and then have interveners can group up, can take a breather and organize whether they want to appear or not. I think how does that sound?
Okay. So
All right.
to all my clients on the call, you're welcome to stay on the call and observe ATC's case. Otherwise, I'll be in touch after the case and we can discuss if and when you should be back to be called to testify.
Thank you,
Sounds
Kevin.
good.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, very good, thanks.
All right. Let's start with ATC and call your first witness.
The applicants call Stefan Hoffman to the stand.
So just give me a wave. So I see you there. Okay. Recognize you from the hearing. Okay.
Yep.
Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, go ahead. And you're muted, Attorney Potts. I can.
Sorry, too many things at once.
Yeah,
Trying to
I
look
got
at my
it. You should see what my screen looks like.
notes. Good morning, Mr. Hoffman. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Stefan Hoffman.
And Mr. Hoffman, are you the same Stefan Hoffman who filed or caused to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and surrebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and surrebuttal testimony that have been filed in this docket, would your answers today be the same now that you're under oath?
Yes.
ATC tenders Mr. Hoffman for cross-examination.
All right. So I believe there's questions. We'll start with the parties and we'll go through the list of parties as we have them essentially on the offered evidence list. So if CMDM has questions, go ahead.
No questions for Mr. Hoffman.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, who said that?
Attorney Pollard.
Oh, okay, sorry.
MRP, any questions?
No questions for Mr. Hoffman.
Todd?
No questions.
Okay. WP?
No questions for Mr. Hoffman.
All right. So it's just commission staff.
May I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, witness Hoffman. My name is Sophia Rogers. I'm representing commission staff in this case.
Morning.
Did you, so I have a few different questions for you and each of them goes back to a different part of the record. I'll start with the testimony from P. Todd. Are you familiar with direct Todd, P. Todd? I'm gonna ask you about page 8, lines 9 through 11, if the judge, that's great. Thank you very much. So have you reviewed this testimony, witness Hoffman?
Just want to make sure I've seen the testimony, yes.
Okay, on page 8, lines 9 through 11, this witness states, my understanding is that ATC is not in a position to negotiate, and goes on. Can you take a moment to review that statement?
Okay, I've reviewed it.
Can you respond to this statement for clarity of the record?
With respect to the timing specifically, is that kind of where the question is?
Well, this statement, I guess, do you agree with this characterization or this statement about what ATC can or cannot do? It's inconsistent with staff's understanding of the process, so we're just trying to get some clarity here.
Yeah, I mean, ATC would not negotiate easements for the project until we have an order until the proposed route or the alternative road is selected.
And what about discussion?
I'm sorry, and what about?
Discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are you asking? Can you clarify that question? I'm sorry. Are you asking whether ATC has discussions about easements prior to the order?
I'm asking whether the witness agrees with the statement that ATC is not in a position to discuss any easements until the project is approved.
The specifics of the easements, again, it's not ultimately negotiated until after either the alternate or proposed route would be selected.
Does ATC provide draft easements in advance of negotiating easements?
In the typical process, there's no negotiations for easements until after the order.
Is it your testimony that there's no discussion at all until after the order?
The details of how the easements are discussed or negotiated by real estate is kind of outside of my purview to say exactly what can and can't be discussed.
Okay.
So what level of detail we'd carry that prior to the order. I'd have to defer to ATC Real Estate for more information on that.
Is there a witness appearing today who could answer that question?
No, there's not a ATC Real Estate witness.
Okay,
If I may interject, maybe
please go ahead, Judge.
clarifying question. I think what's triggering this investigation here is that the impression of this testimony is that the landowner tried to work with ATC to resolve concerns, and ATC's answer was, we can't talk about it because the commission hasn't chosen a route yet. And I just wanted to make sure that, and I don't think ATC responded to this with testimony. So is there any clarity you could provide in terms of ATC's practices with talking to landowners about addressing concerns about a proposed project prior to the commission choosing a route, whether or not it involves easement negotiations? And I think I don't, we don't have the real estate person here, but I'm hoping that it's not, the testimony isn't that, this person was told that ATC is refusing to negotiate and refusing to address concerns. And the reason for that is that the route hasn't been chosen. I mean, it's not how I understand things occur, but this is what's been asserted. So if ATC could respond to that, that would be useful to clarify.
Your Honor, ATC responded about their concerns on the record in this proceeding. So we know that they have responded because ATC had its engineers say this could be built even if they expanded their building. So we know there have been some discussions already in the proceeding. And this response is just talking about easements, not in a position to negotiate or discuss any easements, which is accurate. So I guess I'm I mean, I don't think there's any dispute that ATC talks to landowners. There's lots of public comments and discussions with landowners, including open houses, etc. My understanding was this line of questioning was just about the negotiating of the easements, which is what that statement seems to be about. But again, we're talking about a witness's testimony who isn't my client and asking my client to describe what that witness meant by that. And so it's kind of challenging.
That's not what I was asking. I think I haven't necessarily formed the best question, and I can try again, if permittable.
Yeah, go ahead.
So witness Hoffman, is it ATC's position that it will not discuss easements until after an order is issued?
We've already discussed easements to that respect, as far as I think Mr. Todd's concern. Mr. Todd's concern is as he's expressed it has been, can he expand his facility in the future if the proposed route for the 138 kV line is selected? And as I stated in the rebuttal testimony, I think in the original testimony as well, but I'm looking at my rebuttal testimony, and as it says, I don't know, I'm looking at docket 545688, my rebuttal testimony, right? Reassert that the building's future expansion is not likely to be impeded by the construction of the proposed route. That's what's been discussed to this point. So there has been discussions in general about if the proposed route is selected and the potential for expanding the facility.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that it's not accurate to say that ATC is refusing to talk about easements.
Correct.
Great. That's all I needed on that one. The next area relates to a comment from the Village of Butler. Are you familiar with that comment?
Regarding their municipal water facility.
That's right.
So near Silver Spring Road, correct, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Thank you. Judge, do you need the IRF number for that?
That would help, yeah. Just give me a second here.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I lost track of it. 546511.
I think it was 511.
Yeah, that's
511, yes. Sorry, 546511. Thanks, Brian. Do you need a moment to refresh your recollection on this?
Yeah, if it could just to make sure I remember reading this, and if there's any specific questions to any of the information there, I might need to dive deeper, but.
So you're ready? Okay.
I'm ready.
When you're ready.
Okay. Well, first off, in our review, staff couldn't find any statement in the record that the distribution lines affected by the proposed construction would be undergrounded. Is there something we're missing there?
Specifically in this area, there were no plans to underground any distribution because we weren't in conflict with it. In general, for the project, distribution lines, again, owned by We Energies, not by ATC, that are in conflict with the project is primarily just crossings where We Energies may be asked to bury those crossings for the safety of construction so that we're not having constructability safety issues while we either rebuild or construct the new lines. There isn't a lot of detail in the application about the distribution facilities. Coordination with We Energies continues on which lines would be either moved overhead or underground.
And what can you explain that lack of detail? Why was that not provided?
The application was for ATC's facilities, I guess. The detail on distribution facilities and what might need to be moved in conjunction with the project was not an area of emphasis in the application.
Has the applicant looked at that yet?
We had looked at it in terms of having a conceptual idea with We Energies on what their relocation plan might be prior to submitting the application. And they did provide estimates which were included in our project costs because they would be ATC costs.
That makes sense. Okay, and did you request documents from the water utility as to what underground water infrastructure they might have?
The utility locations for the project is something that we get into more towards detailed design. We get some general information about existing utility facilities along the routes as part of our planning process, but we don't necessarily have all of that information prior to submitting the application. The details of what's on this Butler municipal site, as described here in this email, we didn't receive until there was discussion about the avoidance alternative at the Seymour parcel as part of a data request, with the original, with the current common route along Silver Spring Drive on the north side, we weren't on that municipal, Butler's parcel with the common route, so we didn't have any additional information from the Butler parcel because we weren't at that point planning to be on that parcel. We were aware of potential facilities there because you can see evidence of things and had anticipated that there were additional facilities there that we just didn't have location information on until we received this letter.
What information was used to determine that structures could not be resited on the south side of Silver Spring Road?
The initial look at, well, not the initial look, the look at this request when the data request came from the Public Service Commission, again, noted the observable utilities, above ground overhead facilities, and the potential for additional facilities on the Butler parcel. As there was a second data request and we pressed for more information from the Village of Butler, that's when it came to light, that there indeed was an underground water tank on that parcel, and they expressed their concerns about having a transmission line facility in the vicinity of their tank for both, future and ongoing maintenance concerns that they had, as expressed here in the letter that's on the screen.
Am I hearing correctly that at that point, when pressing for more information, you did not ask for precise locations?
Given the time that was available to respond to the data request, there was not the opportunity to acquire that detailed information.
I don't know the date of the data request off the top of my head, but strike that. And you have not since asked for the location of the underground facilities. I think you said that already.
Correct.
Is it ATC's practice to ask municipalities for design information only after you get to the detailed design phase? I'm asking about municipalities because they, have records retention. They have a lot of publicly available information. So I'm curious as to whether or why wait for the detailed design phase for something like that? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I understand the question. It's utility information, the details, survey grade utility information is a detailed design task.
No matter what. Okay. That's clarifying. So is it fair to say that more information seems to be needed to determine feasibility or for ATC to determine the feasibility of addressing this issue, it would need more information?
Based on what I read in the letter, the Village of Butler is basically saying to not put the transmission line on the south side of Silver Spring Road. So if we can't adjust the location on that side of the road, I don't know where else we're going to go.
Well, I think the letter is saying that they need more information. It says at the very bottom there, if the PSC or ATC provides more information to the village. I'm also hearing from you that ATC is maybe needing more information from the village that it hasn't requested yet. So is it fair to say there's more information to be exchanged here before feasibility can be assessed?
I'm gonna object. What do you mean by feasibility? Are you talking about feasibility of like, can the project be built there? Or are you talking about feasibility like, will it be feasible to the Department of Public Works?
I'm sorry, that was a poor question. Feasibility of what I'm trying to ask is addressing the public works concerns. So before decide, it sounds we've identified some information here that isn't yet known. It's certainly not in this record, and it sounds like ATC hasn't yet requested it. Would that information be helpful to ATC in determining whether it can address any of the concerns or just generally the concerns raised by this municipality?
Even before we learned this information from the Village of Butler, we had concerns about the practicality of an alternative where we're shifting back and forth across the road. Those I'd have to refer back to the data request to find all of the points related to that, but that the various points of the difficulties with an an alternate route in this location were outlined in that data request response.
I think that was data response PSCW KF 6.8.
Well, 6.8 really kind of is really just going back to this, the information we received from Butler. I think we'd have to go back to the previous data request regarding the Seymour residents.
Staff is telling me that's 4.2.
Thank you.
You got it already, Judge. Is this the right one, 4.2, Witness Hoffman?
Yeah, perhaps if we could zoom in just a couple clicks. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one, 4.2.
I think we can move on from the water utility question and move over to the Seymour property. Under what conditions would the applicant consider a narrower right of way for this Seymour property issue?
I can't answer that question. Might be better suited for Todd Marish.
Okay. Yeah, I can save it for Witness Marish. I'll save that. That's all my questions. Thanks very much, Witness Hoffman.
You're welcome.
So, any questions, other cross at this point?
Judge, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. Just introduce yourself to the witness.
Good morning, Mr. Hoffman. My name is Kevin Pollard. I'm an attorney for a few of the landowners and interveners in this case, including the Weimer property owners, the Marcy Road property owners, and another party, CMDM Lilly LLC. Just a few questions for you. You are employed by ATC, correct?
Correct.
And you are a project manager?
Yes.
Are you the head project manager for this Granville Mill Road project?
The Road-Granville project, yes.
Okay. And then you're obviously involved in the design of the route for the proposed transmission line?
Correct.
Is it fair to say you're primarily responsible for the design of the route?
No.
Who would be the person who is primarily responsible for the design of the route?
If you're talking about selection of the proposed or alternate route, that's a routing and siting effort. Our expertise in routing and siting was provided by Frank Fennessy and the KP engineering team.
Okay. And that's an engineering team that ATC contracted with to help design the route?
They were selected for routing and siting, right? After routing and siting comes engineering. So those are kind of two different functions within the team.
Okay. But as the project manager, you oversee both of those functions, correct?
Yes, it's all part of the team. Yep.
Are you familiar with, or have you seen the proposed alternative routes that either my clients, the Marcy Road property owners or the Weimer property owners have proposed?
I have.
Judge, if we could pull up XWPG Weimer 1R2, which is 546762.
Yeah, just off the record, you don't need to give the reference numbers.
Got it.
If I got it on the list anyway. Let me get this ready. And just a tip, I know you're just getting warmed up here, Attorney Pollard, but just so you know, like the documentary evidence, the written evidence has already been received. So in terms of just reviewing credentials or things that are already stated, we don't need to go into too much detail. I know it's just people's reflex to lay some foundation. I get that, but we don't need to have repetition from what's already been offered into evidence in writing. Just something.
Understood.
Okay, so it looks like I have the correct exhibit up on the screen. Does that look right to you?
Yes.
Okay,
If
so
you
let's
could-
get on the record.
Thank you. If you could please scroll down to, I believe, the third page. So in front of you is a map that's been presented by the Weimer property owners. Have you seen this map before?
I have.
Do you understand that the route being proposed by the Weimer property owners is depicted in yellow?
Yes.
What efforts, if any, has ATC made to determine whether this proposed alternative route is feasible?
I think the details of how we ultimately arrived at our proposed route here is really probably best discussed by Frank Fennessy, as our routing consultant here. He could talk about what was considered, how that relates, is the same or different to things that were considered by the team as we looked at routes in this area.
Okay. In your rebuttal
Well,
testimony,
I just wanted to be sure though, in terms of after you've seen this proposal, was anything done in response to it to check the feasibility for the particular proposal as you see it here?
It was discussed on the team level.
Was a witness Fennessy involved?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Hoffman, in your rebuttal testimony, marked as rebuttal ATC Hoffman, you stated that one of the reasons, I guess, why ATC believes this route is less viable is the increased wetland impact may impair ATC's ability to receive a wetland permit. This is at page 4, lines 5 through 7. And my question is, what's the basis for that statement that this would impair the ability to receive a wetland permit?
Mike Warwick is a witness for ATC. He's our environmental project manager. I think he would be better suited to answer the questions specifically related to permitting.
Okay, but I'm asking you about your statement in your testimony. What was the basis for that statement?
It was based on conferencing with Mr. Mike Warwick.
Okay, so you personally don't have any reason or knowledge to believe that this proposed alternative route would impair ATC's ability to receive a wetland permit. Is that true?
Based on what I heard from Mike Warwick, it would.
And what did you hear from Mike Warwick?
I think we should hear it from Mr. Mike Warwick.
Well, this is your statement. I'm trying to understand how you came to make this statement.
Not hearing an objection, so you need to answer.
Okay, in discussion, our objective is to avoid or minimize wetland impacts. And what had been proposed would increase the wetland impacts, which then presents an issue with permittability with DNR.
Isn't it true that one of the siting criteria for this project requires ATC to minimize impacts to nearby residents?
And
Are you placing greater weight on the goal of mitigating wetland costs than you are on minimizing impacts to residents?
I'm going to object. This witness has already testified that he's not the routing and siting lead, and there's another witness who is that's coming up, and this is getting into direct questions about what was considered in the routing and citing process and how to weigh those factors. And Mr. Hoffman's already testified that he's not the best person to answer those questions.
Any response?
I'm just asking him about his own testimony.
I think to the extent he knows, he should answer. So go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
We'll read it back.
Could you repeat the question?
She's court reporter is going to read it
Oh,
back.
I'm sorry.
I just mumbled that.
Question, isn't it true that one of the siting criteria for this project requires ATC to minimize impacts to nearby residents? Are you placing greater weight on the wetlands than you are to minimizing the impacts to residents?
All the various criteria are weighted across, whether it's wetlands, residences, historic properties, you can go down the line, right? All those are weighted. Again, I would defer to Frank Fennessy on how exactly they were weighted. But it is, anytime we're looking at a route, there absolutely has to be a balance between impacts and how they're weighted. Again, I think Frank can speak to best.
Just another question. In your testimony, lines 8 to 10 on page 4, you said, as another reason for choosing ATC's route over my client's route, you said, second, routing the transmission line along the O'Brien's proposed route would bisect the neighboring property to the south, Damian and Kathleen Dominski property. Now, you're aware that the route proposed by ATC bisects my client's property, right? Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes.
And are you aware that my client's property has a recently constructed dwelling on it, whereas the property to the south has no dwelling on it?
That's my understanding, yes.
So why is it okay to bisect my client's property, but not the property to the south?
I'm going to object as mischaracterizing the witness's testimony, but
I think it's stating his testimony
yeah,
verbatim.
overruled. I'm overruled.
I guess it goes back to the discussion on having impacts to one property versus another, and how do you weigh it? And I can understand the O'Brien's position, but then at this point, the Minskys, that they would have to provide input on the proposed route as well.
And they've had an opportunity to do so, correct?
Not on your route or on your client's route.
How do you know that? Are you testifying that the Dominskys aren't aware of the proposed route?
No, I am saying that in reaction to, again, the route that was proposed by you and the bisecting of the Dominski parcel, I don't know that they've seen that. I haven't presented, ATC hasn't presented your alternative route to the Dominskys. And I don't know if you've presented that to them or not. I don't know that.
Why hasn't ATC discussed it with the Dominskys?
This route was presented by you and your clients.
Do you know when ATC first learned of this proposed route?
I do not. Off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right.
May I ask the witness 2 questions?
Yeah, let me just ask, sure, any other cross? Looks like we do have somebody. Who is that spoke?
Mr. Leota.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, just introduce yourself to the witness and ask your questions.
Hello, Mr. Hoffman. My name is Jeff Leota. I represent the Todd interveners in this case. Judge Newmark had formerly placed your rebuttal testimony on the screen, and Judge, perhaps if you could accommodate putting Mr. Hoffman's rebuttal testimony back on the shared screen. In particular, I'd like to reference your testimony on page 2, beginning on line 16. The second sentence of your testimony in that paragraph reads, based on conversations with Mr. Todd and further review by ATC, ATC has determined the construction of the proposed route is not likely an impediment to Milwaukee Lawn Sprinkler Corp's planned expansion. When was that further review completed?
Would have been after we learned more information about the potential expansion after meeting with Mr. Todd. It was in December of 2024.
Okay, but the additional review after that conversation with Mr. Todd, that's what I'm trying to get at. Do you know when that additional review occurred?
Would have been shortly after the meeting, and maybe wouldn't have been in December because it was right before Christmas break, right? But in January then. Okay.
At any point in time, was there any communication with the Todds that a determination was made that it was that if the proposed route would be constructed, it would not be a likely impediment to the plan to expand the building? Was that ever communicated to the Todd interveners?
I'm going to object. I mean, it was communicated in the testimony we're looking at right now. So can you be more specific about the time frame?
Yeah, fair objection. Other than the testimony that we see here on the screen, was that determination ever communicated to the Todds directly, other than through your testimony?
I'm not aware of a specific conversation back to Mr. Todd after we met on December.
Okay. I also note in your testimony that ATC is amenable to completing a detailed encroachment review. That is your testimony beginning on lines 19. What is a detailed encroachment review?
An encroachment review would involve looking at the proposed plans for the expansion of the facility and the proposed plan for the 138 kV line.
Other than, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir.
I was just saying, and comparing, those two for compatibility.
And other than your testimony that was placed into the record as rebuttal, are you aware of ATC ever communicating to the Todds that it would complete a detailed encroachment review?
Typically, an encroachment review would be initiated by a property owner on a facility that exists. So this is a unique situation. I'm not aware of any specific direction to the Todds to initiate an encroachment request. And as noted earlier, the thought was that would be addressed later in the process.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, other cross from the parties? Commission staff, any follow-up cross from what we've heard?
Not for this witness.
Okay, and I guess I'm just curious, Witness Hoffman, and this may be a question for another witness, but just in terms of that encroachment review, is there something that ATC, some sort of document or website that ATC has to inform landowners that they have the opportunity to request such a review? If that is indeed ATC's process, that's what you've explained. So
I can't at this point point directly to, the exact website, but my understanding is that information is available on ATC's website.
okay, yeah,
How to shape that.
okay, thanks. Okay, any redirect?
Yeah, just quickly, Your Honor. I'm Brian Potts, representing ATC. Good afternoon or morning, Mr. Hoffman. Have the Milwaukee Lawn Sprinkler Corp., have they provided detailed plans regarding their proposed expansion?
There's no detailed plans. I know in discussion in December, I think that was something that was noted, that if a detailed plan could be provided. I have seen a conceptual drawing that Mr. Todd prepared. And he's described in general what his intent is for the building expansion, but no detailed plans per se.
And would ATC need detailed plans to complete the detailed encroachment review that you were being asked about a moment ago?
In order to complete a true encroachment review, we'd need detailed plans.
Earlier today, I think Ms. Rogers from commission staff was asking you questions about the water utility. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Is it ATC's practice to work with all utilities that would be potentially impacted by the project after an order is issued?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. And I'll just have you have any refiling? Yeah, just a bit on surrebuttal. So thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right. Still morning. So next witness.
Yeah. So ATC is going to be filing an affidavit for Mr. Garum. So he won't appear today. Our next witness, ATC calls Frank Fennessy to the stand.
All right. A name we've heard a little bit about already. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay, Judge?
Yes, you're good.
And those? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fennessy. Good morning. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Francis Marcus Fennessy.
And are you the same Francis Fennessy that caused to be filed or filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And if I asked you today the same questions that are in your written direct and written rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed in this docket, would your answers today be the same now that you're under oath?
Yes.
ATC tenders Mr. Fennessy for cross-examination.
Okay, so we'll try to take this in order. First with CMDM. Any questions? MRP?
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
sorry. CMDM?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, there
Your
you
Honor.
go. Okay, go ahead.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
you want to keep your screen and mic on unless you're unless you're required somehow for some reason to turn it off, but just want to be able to know that you're there and we got a connection with you. So
Understood.
go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Fennessy.
Good morning, Mr. Pollard.
I believe we heard in prior testimony that you were contracted as a to assist with the design of the proposed route for this transaction. Is that fair to say?
No, it was not design, it was routing. I consulted on design, but I was not the lead designer per se. That was an
Okay.
engineering issue.
But you are the lead on the design or on the routing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it correct that the siting criteria for this project requires ATC to minimize impacts to nearby residents?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Any response?
I can rephrase the question. Mr. Fennessy, do you know if the siting criteria for this project requires ATC to minimize impacts to nearby residents?
It is among the many criteria that I think are listed in the application in section 5.1 of our application.
In your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the proposed route for this project was deliberately routed to maintain a reasonable distance between the O'Brien's residence while avoiding impacts to wetlands.
Where are we on testimony there?
So this is page 4 on the rebuttal, 9 through 13.
Okay, thanks.
And I guess to give context, you were asked, in your view, is the route identified by the O'Briens a viable alternative to the routes proposed by ATC? Well, first, let me ask you, when we talk about the route proposed by the O'Briens, do you know what I'm referring to?
Given that, while you're talking about what I reacted to in the rebuttal, it would be useful to have that since there have been other alternatives filed in the intervening days.
Sure. Judge, if we could pull up MRP Jackson 2R2. And Mr. Fennessy, I'll submit to you that this is an updated map of the proposed route from the Marcy Road property parties, depicting their proposed route in the green color, whereas the ATC proposed route is in purple. Have you seen this map before?
Yes, but Mr. Pollack, going back to your question and my rebuttal testimony was in response to not this map, I believe, but an earlier one. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes. So I'll ask you a different question. Looking at this map, do you believe that the route being proposed is a viable alternative to the route proposed by ATC?
Assuming it is relatively consistent with the prior route filing on which my rebuttal testimony was filed. As I observe it here, and there's no wetland information here at all, it appears to have the same environmental impacts that would have precluded our consideration of it going forward because it is in wetlands. Our route deliberately attempted to identify the upland areas, that is the non-wetland areas, between Tamarack and Mill Road. And that is what we endeavored to do in citing the route through there while adhering as close as possible to those wetlands, as I've testified. Recognizing that there is a residence, the O'Brien residence, on Marcy Road. And then skirting the wetlands as much as possible. I don't recall the precise location of all the poles that have since been imposed on the route, but I believe most or all are in upland areas, that is, are not in the wetlands. And as I see your client's route, It is almost entirely in wetland areas that would make it difficult to permit and are typically avoided to the greatest extent possible when we're routing a line of this size, voltage, and location.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yes.
Do you know what the word viable means?
You can define it for me. I mean, it's a
You were asked in your rebuttal testimony, it says, in your view, is the route identified by the O'Briens a viable alternative to the routes proposed by ATC? And you said no. So what
correct.
did you understand the word viable to mean?
Permittable.
And so you do not believe that this route is permittable.
Correct.
And when you say that, you mean permittable by the Department of Natural Resources?
And the Armory Corps of Engineers and the Public Service Commission, yes.
Are you aware-
Based on my experience as a routing and siting expert, yes.
Okay. Do you know who Jerry Rodermarker is from the Department of Natural Resources?
I'm aware that he is a witness in this case, and that's about it.
Are you aware of his testimony that the alternative route option offered by my client could be permittable from a wetland perspective, but further information such as confirmation of the presence of wetland and a plan that avoids and minimizes wetland impact to the extent practicable would be necessary?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. For one, Jerry's a female. But for number two, I think it sounds like Mr. Pollard is asking my witness to adopt another witness's testimony, I guess.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, Kevin Pollard. Are you done with your objection, Attorney Potts? Okay, go ahead, Attorney Pollard, and you can respond.
I'm not asking him to adopt Ms. Rademacher's opinion. I'm just asking if he's aware of it.
That's a fair question. Overruled.
I'm aware of his testimony, and I generally recall what Ms. Rademacher testified, put in her written testimony.
So would you agree that Ms. Rademacher from the Department of Natural Resources does believe that my client's route is viable?
Objection. Calls for speculation about what Ms. Rademacher, who is here, believes. I mean, the testimony says what it says.
Okay. Yeah, I think just rephrase. I think that may just be. I think it's just the way that was worded may be hanging us up, but I think
yeah, that's fine. Let me ask you this, Mr. Fennessy. Has ATC prepared any plan to avoid and minimize wetland impact along the proposed route that my client is proposing?
I'm not sure I'm in the best position to answer that. I think Michael Warwick, one of the other ATC witnesses, is better positioned to answer that question.
Has ATC done any, or to your knowledge, have you done any analysis of my client's route beyond just denying its feasibility or viability because it encroaches in wetland area?
Well, again, Mr. Pollard, are you talking about the exhibit that you put up on the screen earlier?
Yes.
We have not had any reaction whatsoever to formally to that latest one. I'd have to refer back to my testimony, which was the basis of my testimony was an earlier route option that you put on. I'm really not in a position we did not conduct a detailed feasibility of that location through the wetlands.
What about the prior map that you were referring to? Did you do any feasibility study based on that map?
Again, most of the experts that were evaluating that, this is not a routing and siting question. It is a route adjustment question. It is largely an engineering and environmental issue. And I defer to others, perhaps Todd Marish or Michael Warwick, about about feasibility as you're stating it. I just don't know the detail that went into any of that on certainly on this specific route and on the prior one. It certainly would not have been at the detail that we provide in the application for our route.
Do you know when was the route that ATC is proposing? When was that completed?
I don't recall I simply don't recall the timetable, the timeline. But technically, it's not final until we file it. So whenever the filing date was.
Okay. Judge, can we pull up a document that isn't on the exhibit list for cross?
Oh, yes. You know, before we did, I just wanted to clarify. I don't want any of this testimony to be confusing because it's something I've done, although it's probably unavoidable in most cases, but maybe perhaps we could avoid it this time. So I do have a copy of what was originally filed by MRP with their alternative route, and I'm to blame for the new exhibit now having appeared and being offered into evidence. But what I wanted to mention is that my directions for MRP was to copy its original proposal and place it on the new map. So I totally understand the witness's answers that the testimony was based on looking at this particular map, which is had a different name, EXMRP alt route. But I think my instructions and I believe common sense will show that the line that MRP is proposing has not changed when comparing the two versions of this exhibit. So just wanted to make sure the witness understood that. And I think it's pretty clear in testimony that the answers are pretty clear in testimony, but I just wanted to make sure that the record shows that the intention, and I believe the facts are that the MRP proposed alternative route has not changed between the original exhibit and the one that's been received.
And Your Honor, can the witness just take that as a stipulation that the routes are intended to be the same, even if they don't look identical?
Well, we can have
I just think it'd be helpful for the record.
Yeah, we can have witness Jackson confirm that, or yeah, we can stipulate whatever seems to make most sense for everyone.
I can stipulate to that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let me clear this up and you can continue, Attorney Pollard.
Judge, could we pull up a document that's Doc 522117?
Let's go off the record for a second. Oh, it's different. Okay, yes, hang on. So this is okay, so just a minute on the record here. So this is a document. Just explain to me what that is.
I'm just trying to get an image of the map as originally designed by ATC.
Oh, okay, sure. All right.
If there's a better one, by all means, Judge.
Well, let's see what you have. So give me that number one more. Let's go off the record. Just give me the PSC number again.
It's 522117.
That's okay. So just so you know,
And we're looking at page 17.
load up. So I think you're page 17 of the filing. So there should be a map number.
I think you're almost there.
Almost there. Okay, there we go.
Right there.
So yes, perfect. So let me so let's get on the record. Let me just explain that we're now looking, we're being presented to the witness will be part of the application. It's the environmental map that's part of the application exhibit. And we're looking at map A4-42. So go ahead, Attorney Pollard.
Mr. Fennessy, as Judge said, this is part of Appendix A, Figure 4, Environmental Features and Access Plan. Do you recognize what this map is showing?
Yes.
Did you prepare this map?
No. It's the data represented is from a number of different sources, from engineering, environmental, and others.
Looking at the lower right-hand corner, it says the date of this map is October 2024. Is that accurate?
I was not the custodian of this map, but it would be consistent with what we would have included in an appendices for the application. But I'm not the custodian of the data. There's 50 or 60 people on the project team, and the GIS analyst responsible for it does great work, and I've relied on this since the application was filed, including preparation for these hearings.
Okay, and so I guess the purple line is showing the proposed route. Is that accurate?
If you're talking about segment, I don't know where the segment number is, but it is that segment E? There we go. Thank you. Yes, that appears. Yes, the segment E is the 138 kb, the new 138 kb line in question.
And so when ATC was establishing these proposed routes, did they, I guess, transpose those lines on top of an existing map of the area?
Yeah, what's typically done is an underlying. It's generated, I think, by Google Earth or Google Maps, which shows a satellite view, which I don't recall the underlying date of that information, and we then superimpose parcel lines, water bodies, wetlands, depending on the circumstances involved and what we're trying to locate. What you're seeing here is a much more advanced view with pole spotting or proposed pole spotting based on the engineering input. It shows in those odd-shaped checkerboard lines are what we estimate to be the easement boundary. I think it's 100-foot wide in this case. So a number of things that were imposed afterwards, but what we typically do for routing and siting is start with this underlay of Google Earth, and sometimes because of the date, it omits certain more current locations or features or structures.
Okay.
And so it's important to truth test that during the process before we file to make sure everything is represented, that we didn't miss something.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the proposed route for the new line that would cross the O'Brien's parcel was deliberately routed to maintain a reasonable distance between the O'Brien's residence while avoiding impacts to wetlands. Is that a true statement?
Yes. I believe it is. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay. Can you show me where the O'Brien's residence is located on that map?
It would be roughly, well, I don't have a pointer, so.
You can try to direct me.
Judge, can you go to our purple line? and go across to Marcy Road, which would be the north-south road. No, you've gone too far. Go up, and right where the Waymire residence driveway is, on the east, and the O'Brien residence is roughly, the driveway, I think, are very close to each other, and is in that, I would guess 120 to 150 feet from Marcy Road to the west. Sorry, to the west. That's Waymire, and that what's not shown here is the O'Brien residence, which I think I've seen it represented in some of the zoning, underlying municipal zoning information.
Do you know when the O'Brien residence was constructed?
In 2024, I don't know when it was completed. I believe it was in 2024. And I don't know when it was completed. No, I do not.
Well,
So I just want to interrupt for a second because the commissioners won't be seeing the video. Just in terms of the O'Brien residence, just west of Marcy Road is your testimony, and north of what looks like a white line that runs east to west and intersects the right-of-way checker box line. So there's actually a line of trees that form a right angle, running north, south, and then at the southeastern corner, it runs east-west. Is the O'Brien residence within that area of that tree, those trees? Is that an approximate location?
I believe it's further north, Judge.
So how far north on this map? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Okay, but it's between. There's two white lines on so there's the white line I talked about that runs parallel to the tree line. There's another white line, it's dashed white line. There's a key for that.
It's a partial boundary, I think, Judge. That white line.
Okay,
the white line is parcel line.
Okay, so between the parcel lines that I think the road label Marcy Road is in between these two parcel lines, and so between those two lines, the north and south, somewhere close to Marcy Road is the O'Brien property. That's probably best we can do for locating it here. Okay, why don't you go ahead then?
So I guess if your testimony is that the proposed route was deliberately routed to maintain a reasonable distance from the O'Brien's residence, why isn't the O'Brien's residence shown on this map?
I don't know, because the underlying imagery was not accessible, or we did not secure it at the time we put the application together.
Okay, so how was whoever was designing the route aware of where the house was located?
Because we knew of its existence. It was I don't remember when we discovered that the house was then under construction, but it was sometime during the routing and siting process, and when we began to overlay some of the features that you see in this map, because we were refining where the various angle structures and how we were going to route north of the wetland and up towards the Jensen nursery property.
Okay, but so your testimony is that you did know about the existence of the residence.
The team knew about it. I personally did not know until later.
Okay.
I don't remember when I learned of it. Uh, uh, and obviously from a routing and siting standpoint, um, we when it came to our attention, I think it was one of the construction guys who said, there's a home constructed there, it doesn't show up on the maps. We go, well, we should note that. So we were cognizant of it. I think in terms of the uh, how we routed through there, we were trying to stay on the north side of the wetlands, mostly to maximize the uplands that were available to us, given that this area is replete with a lot of wetlands, and trying to stay north and find a route through there was very challenging.
Judge, if you could please pull up XMRP Jackson 2R2. Oh, you got it right there.
Is it? Yeah. I was going to double check to make sure, but okay.
Thank you. Mr. Fennessy, as you may have heard, Mr. Hoffman previously testified that one of the reasons why ATC views my client's proposed route as not being feasible is that routing the transmission line along the O'Brien's proposed route, as shown in green, would bisect the neighboring property to the south. Do you agree is that one of ATC's reasons for refusing to evaluate my client's proposal?
Uh, uh, I simply, it's Stefan's testimony, not mine. As I don't think that there was anything that appeared in my testimony about that.
As you may have heard, Mr. Hoffman said you would be the person to ask about this.
Oh, okay. Well, as one is trying to, if you call it a hierarchy or a preference, the tendency from a routing and siting standpoint is not to bisect properties to the extent possible. We obviously did in this case because of the environmental features that we were trying to route around precluded. But you'll note that as you go west of the O'Brien property and the Marcy Road property too, is we attempted to stay as close to the parcel lines as possible and put it on the parcel line so that the impact is shared by both the adjoining property owners and not one. In this case, admittedly we bisected the property, but it's generally we prefer not to, because it makes, again, more generally, it makes it a parcel difficult to farm around. And so we generally we'd prefer not to bisect properties. We did clearly in the O'Brien case, because we were trying to avoid the wetlands. It was unavoidable in our opinion.
But is it true that one of the reasons ATC, I guess, looks unfavorably on my client's route is that it would bisect the property to the south?
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
Is it true that one of the reasons why ATC will not consider my client's route is that it bisects the property to the south?
I'm gonna just object for clarification. Are we talking about the property to south? Is that the Minsky property we were talking about earlier?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
South of the O'Brien property, where the green line is.
Okay, no objection.
No, I would say the reason that we find it is a fact that the Dominski property would be bisected, and as far as we know, they know nothing about that. Don't know where they might stand. We haven't asked them. But the primary reason that we feel the alternative is not feasible is it is almost entirely in wetlands that we have attempted to avoid.
Okay. So are you saying it's simply ATC will simply refuse to install this line through the wetlands as requested?
Well, it's not our call, sir. It will be ultimately up to the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
I
Is it
think
impossible to install transmission lines through area marked as wetland?
you have to be more specific.
I'm just wondering if it's possible to install transmission lines through an area marked as wetland.
Well, I'm not the engineering expert, but yes, it is. You can engineer and construct just about anywhere. So yes, it is possible, but not desirable.
And throughout this project, the proposed route for this entire project, the proposed transmission line would in fact cross multiple areas where there's been delineated wetland, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I would say whether to delineate or not is a term of technical art. We are aware that we are crossing mapped wetlands. Not all of them have been delineated, which is a technical term.
Okay. Judge, if I can pull up, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Fennessy, aside from the wetland issue, is there any other impediment to ATC installing the line along the proposed route, the MRP proposed route?
I'm going to object. You mean other than we're already raised in testimony?
From his perspective, I don't know that he's identified any other issues.
Other than the wetlands?
Correct. I'm asking if other than the wetlands, if there's any other reason why ATC, if Mr. Fennessy would be objecting to my client's proposed route.
I mean, it's my understanding you already testified that, or you asked some questions about bisecting a property owner who wasn't notified of this route and ATC hasn't talked to. So I think he's already identified at least one other issue other than wetlands. But
well, Mr. Fennessy, are you opposed to talking to the neighbor to the south, the Dominskis, to see if this route would be acceptable to them?
Attorney Pollard, it's really not my call as to how we conduct landowner outreach on these projects. So I really can't commit one way or the other. It's really
Well, it's
up
not
to
Mr. Hoffman's call. It's not your call. Whose call is it?
well,
I guess I'm going to object. He's asking about whether ATC is going to reach out, and Mr. Fennessy is not at ATC. So can you clarify your question a little bit?
Mr. Fennessy, do you have any
Commission
idea
staff would like
of,
to hear the answer to the original question. We would like to get this answer in the record and find out who can provide it.
Thank you.
Well, if the witness knows who makes that decision, that question's been asked, so that witness can answer that question.
I don't know who specifically would be the person to reach out to the Dominskis on this, nor am I familiar with ATC's practices to contact landowners that are impacted by an intervener's alternative proposal. There are certainly individuals within the company whose job it is to make those kinds of contacts. I simply don't know who they would be, and I'm certainly not in a position to indicate that they should or will reach out to them. I simply am not in a position to do that.
Okay.
Did you have another question, Attorney Pollard, along those lines you were going to ask?
No. Well, okay, so aside from the fact that this line goes through the wetlands, and aside from the fact that you don't know if the Dominskis are aware of the proposed alternative route or not. Do you have any other concerns with the route being proposed by Marcy Road property as shown in green?
Well, I'll offer my perspective as a routing and siting expert, why wetlands are avoided, or we attempt to avoid them to the extent practical. One is the opposite permittability issue. These also happen to be, and Michael Warburg is more the expert on this. These happen to be
I'm
hot.
sorry. These
Just hang
also,
on. I'm just going to interrupt. So I don't want to cut you off, but the question was other than wetlands. So I just in terms of looking at logistics here, if there's nothing other than wetlands, then I think if you could answer that question, and if witness Warwick can speak to wetlands directly, I think let's reserve that for him because of timing at this point. But go ahead.
Okay. The reason that wetlands, or I'll call them sensitive areas, are an issue for routing and siting is
Objection. You're not answering the question, sir.
Other than wetlands, do you have any other concern? Other than the things that Attorney Pollard had excluded, do you have any other concerns about the routing?
no.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, if you could please pull up XWPG Weimer 1R2. Mr. Fennessy, I'll submit to you, this is a map of a proposed alternative route that's submitted by another one of my clients, which is the Weimer property owners, with their proposed route being depicted in yellow. Again, I understand this may not be the original map that you reviewed in your original rebuttal testimony. However, we're looking at the same area that we just looked at in the last map for my other client, the Marcy Road property. I'll ask you the same question. Other than concerns about impacting wetlands, is there any other concern from your standpoint with the route depicted in yellow?
I'm going to object again. I think he's trying to pin the witness into just making a statement that is not in line with his testimony. He's already testified about the permittability of this, and he said from both a wetland and PSC perspective, he's already testified about landowner notification impacts. He's already testified about wetlands, and Mr. Pollard's trying to curb him back into just one issue, which is not my client's testimony.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
far.
if you could rephrase that, I think that's valid. So sustain that objection.
Okay, looking at, do you understand what this map is depicting in terms of the proposed alternative route?
Yes. Well, Mr. Pollard, can you clarify, is that line going across the Dominski and into the Marcy Road LLC property 2, is that the same general line going across as was depicted in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But it then deviates across the railroad and comes into Tamarack Substation from the west.
Correct.
All right.
And then there's a dotted area, which would be an alternative proposal where the line would, I guess, come out from Tamarack Substation, going west, go north, and then west across Marcy Road. So I'll submit to you, this is what my client, the Weimer property owners, are proposing as 2 alternative routes. What are your concerns about this route?
I'll start with leaving Tamarack Substation. I believe in discovery, we responded that leaving the Tamarack Substation to the west, as I understand it, would require a reorientation of the substation's equipment. and a possible relocation of distribution-related assets directly west of Tamarack to get out of the sub. Then it crosses Marcy Road into an area of, I believe, wetlands, and introduces another property owner, and then crosses the railroad at an angle, which is generally the railroads prefer to be crossed on a right angle. And it also further crosses wetlands just north of the railroad. So you have wetlands on both sides. So the objections I would have as a routing and siting expert is that it compounds wetland impacts, and as far as I don't know that it is other than even outside Tamarack, it is almost all in wetlands and very little in upland. But again, I didn't look at this with the overlay of this route. So on going up Marcy Road, I don't recall that alternate route. I simply don't recall the environmental features along Marcy Road, but when it cuts over to the west, it also then crosses into the wetlands we've been attempting to avoid, although there may be an upland area that we can tiptoe in. But it brings, I believe, I don't know if what the angles are. If it's rough, you can see it on the wetland map there, that crossing to the north is leaving an area that is, I'm not sure, I don't recall what that orangish color is. But it is an area of some sensitivity. So it simply and introduces a number of angle structures which are tend to have larger foundations, and also are heftier and more costly. So I don't know how what this does to the pole count. So.
Well, is there any reason why ATC hasn't evaluated what it does to the pole count?
Well, again, as routing and siting expert, when these requests have come in, there are a number of us that evaluate them, but we would not do a full-blown feasibility study of any of the alternatives. And I think we've indicated that in our testimony.
Why not?
A lot related to time, that they are unless you want to do it back of the envelope, they are as you filed, there are numerous alternatives that have been filed, and we have not done a detailed feasibility of most of them.
Do you agree that it would have been better for ATC to do an interactive process with the landowners prior to filing this application?
I guess I'm going to object in that. What do you mean by interactive? All the landowners were noticed of this project. So I guess.
Well, if I'm understanding,
can you just give more clarity?
Mr. Fennessy is basically stating, we drew a line on a map and there's too many proposed alternatives and we don't have enough time to evaluate them. So I'm wondering.
That's testimony. I'll object to your characterization of his testimony, but go ahead.
So my question is simply, does he think it would be more productive to communicate with the landowners and try to assess the optimal route prior to filing the application with the PSC?
I don't have any objection to the most recent question.
Could you repeat the question? I'm kind of.
Let's read it back.
Please.
We'll read it back.
Question. So my question is simply, does he think it would be more productive to communicate with the landowners and try to assess the optimal route prior to filing the application with the PSC?
Yes, I suppose.
And why wasn't that done in this case?
Well, I'd go back to what notice was given prior to the application being filed. A mailer went out. I don't remember the dates. I don't remember all the details that were there, but it's in the record. And contacts were made subsequent to some landowners reached out when they received that mailer. And then some other landowners have contacted us, contacted the project staff after the filing. And I think to characterize that there was no interaction or interactivity I just don't think is accurate.
Oh, okay.
Just one last question. Looking at this map in front of you that the Weimers are proposing, and you also saw the other map proposed by Marcy Road. Aside from your concerns about impact to wetland, would you agree that these alternative routes would cause less disturbance to the property owners, the O'Briens and the Weimers?
I'm not sure how to describe disturbance. It is clear that these routes would increase the distance of the proposed alternative by the Weimars from our alternative. And it's a fact.
And same for the O'Briens?
As it's depicted, yes, I think so.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Other cross? Commission staff, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Witness Fennessy. I'm Attorney Rogers from the Public Service Commission.
Hi, Ms. Rogers. How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
I think it might just be helpful, to the extent that you can, to just explain the approach that ATC takes in a more holistic way. So aside taking out the specific interveners proposals, just generally, can you speak to ATC's approach in contacting landowners, filing the design, and communicating with landowners throughout the process?
Well, hey, let me interject here. Is that something that's in the record to the extent that ATC has already made representations along those lines? Is there something that staff needs more clarity on?
Yes, I think it would. Yeah, I think we are looking for clarity on what the strategy is. We've heard a little bit of maybe semantic there's been a little bit of conflicting information, at least this morning, and what's outreach, what's discussion in the easements discussion, and then just now I think we heard we heard some sort of vague discussion of like interaction, and I just want to know how ATC approaches landowners in the planning process before the application, for the purpose of a clear statement in the record, and then throughout. We've heard conflicting information today, so.
So are you looking for a timeline of interactions with landowners in this case? Or I'm just trying to narrow down.
Yeah, it's a good point, Judge. Yeah, I think we're looking for a few milestones. we're asking about this case in particular, but not to get too bogged down in the details, really looking to know just what ATC's practice is generally as applied here.
Okay.
Witness Fantasy, does the question make any sense?
Yeah, Ms. Rogers, I understand your question. I am, it's beyond the scope of my, the scope of work that KP Environmental undertook to opine on and be an expert on what ATC's intentions were in terms of outreach, other than what's in the record. I just am I'm uncomfortable making assertions about ATC's processes because I'm not an employee of ATC. I'm a subconsultant to them.
Understood. And it's to clarify, the question was not about the intent, just what the process looks like. Are you perhaps redirecting the question to Witness Hoffman?
Not necessarily. Well, I'll tell you what, in this particular case, the principal method for outreach was, once the routes were alternative and proposed routes were, and the full scope of the project was known, was to create and populate a website with mapping information, and as well as providing a toll-free line and a website email to receive questions and comments. In fact, our firm, KP Environmental, is a subcontractor and staffs that phone line and the email. And so any inquiries that come in, we process. Furthermore, there was a letter providing this information that was sent to property owners, and I don't remember the mailing list that's in the record in the application, that was a resource directing those individuals who received that, if they had questions about the map they received and the information, to go to the website. And so that was prior to the application. We have since ATC since has maintained and continues to maintain a website for the project where folks can direct questions and phone inquiries. And I think some have done so. And we process those. Basically, we're triage them and direct them to the website, but we refer them on to the ATC staff for follow-up. And then they coordinate those follow-ups and there are several that have come in that we have processed and passed along to ATC. I know if that's responsive. That's the extent and the overview of what was done in this particular case.
That is responsive. I appreciate the answer for the clarification of the of this topic. And if you don't know the answer to this, just say so, but does ATC make any additional effort to reach out to landowners in advance of finalizing the routes when a property is being bifurcated?
I think I don't think so, Ms. Rogers. I think it's more if if a landowner calls us and says, hey, am I seeing this right? Or they go into the website and there's a mapping tool that they can access that drills into a great more detail than what is typically offered in a map. It's really general. It's a big project area. And it would be at that point that they would maybe inquire, am I looking at this right, that this route seems to go across my property or my building? Is that true? And that would be when we would, the ATC responded, getting back to that individual, would go through that level of detail if it was available. And it's generally based on what was on that mapping tool at that time, or in the exhibits filed in the application. It was after the application.
So I think in this instance, at least, I understand you can't speak to all instances, but in this instance, were there any changes made to the route at that point? Based on landowner impact, feedback?
Prior, you're talking about since, once, I don't recall, but I wasn't necessarily involved in all of the details because we were making refinements based on engineering, refinements to some of the routes. Right up to when the team put up the website when we were pretty much locked into the application, proposed and alternate routes. So to my knowledge, I'm unaware that there were any refinements made or changes made to the routes after the application was filed. And even after we had published put things up on the website. I stand corrected on that. I don't think that's the case.
No further questions.
I just want a little clarity about the last thing you said about, so the website that described the project to the public had locked-in routes, or were those routes still subject to change based on public feedback?
The intention was that they would be locked down. I'm unaware that, again, I can't speculate. I won't speculate on, well, if we had known, what did we do? I don't think we did. By that time, when you're in production of all the maps and everything else, you're locked in because you've got all kinds of assumptions made in all the various appendices and maps and whatnot. So we did not change anything as far as I know once we were locked in.
Right. So that's the intent, to describe to the public the proposal as it's locked in by the company.
Correct.
Okay. And then I just wanted to clarify, so your firm was the public face of the project. So you're receiving input from the public that came to you, and then you referred those inquiries to ATC.
Yeah, it's Judge, less public facing than that. We simply are it was ATC's staff and a separate consultant who put up the website and the mapping tool. We were contracted subsequent to sometime during that period of staffing the toll-free, this phone line and the website email. And we have an arrangement with ATC on a different project to do the same function. And it simply is that for a staffing standpoint, it was more efficient for us to triage those calls and pass them on once we got a little bit of information. It's a time saver at the other end, at the ATC end, and we're really good at this.
Okay, so when you're triaging calls, is there a script then to say, I will elevate this to ATC, or I'll deal with it in-house, or is there like a tree of decision making there, or is it something that you're just going to give the inquiries to ATC no matter what?
All the inquiries are ATC. So we're a note taker, and if for example, they were having trouble with the website, and we can say, well, here's the website, and this mapping tool is a little difficult to navigate, so here's some instruction, and to get them online, just to talk them through it, because our staff has access to all the same tools that they do, and so it's a helpful coaching thing. It's just a more efficient way of getting them to the result, and ultimately that is then, okay, we capture the information and pass that along to usually it's a local relations person assigned to the project. Jeremiah Morkey has been the principal.
I'm sorry,
person
the name again.
Jeremiah Morkey.
Thank you.
I can spell.
That's okay.
Gerimia, Morkey, Moerke. And he's a local relations representative employed by ATC.
Okay, thanks. And then just wanted to clarify, you had talked about, well, there's been discussion about the lines, the proposals as they exit the Tamarack substation. And I was just wanting to clarify if I can display, first of all, the ATC's map. it's not, I can remember that. What's the environmental map? And the page is A442. So I mean, it certainly shows that there's a line exiting the Tamarack substation on the north side going west. And so you had mentioned that there was an issue with a line exiting the station and traveling in that direction. Is your testimony that having the two lines exiting the substation is going to cause the problem, or just having any line exit the substation in that direction?
Judge, if you could put back up the prior exhibit with the
Sure.
wetlands and everything else, you'll
Mhm.
note the exit for segment G out of the substation goes east and then south and around. And line I does not connect into Tamarack. That is the 345
Okay.
W42 W43. It bypasses Tamarack.
Ah.
That line coming down E is the one that actually goes into Tamarack sub. If we were to exit directly east, or excuse me, directly west of Tamarack, there is a reconfiguration of the equipment inside the sub, which I'm not the expert on. And then as we go west, there's a bunch of there's facilities that would need that are We Energies distribution facilities would have to move. And so it's an expensive and reliability risking endeavor to come straight out of Tamarack in the way it's depicted in the map.
Okay. But this is, I mean, this is maybe a mapping visual problem we're having here. So I don't know I'm not sure if the intervener intended to show the line exiting the substation in from the north in its proposal. It may have just been trying to show how the alternate was supposed to jog after it towards the west, on the west side of Marcy Road. So, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if they're depicting that as being connected to the substation or just trying to copy what ATC had planned with a different route towards the west of the substation. So that's because all that northern route north of the substation does not connect to Tamarack.
No, sorry, Judge.
Yeah.
Segment E is intended to terminate at Tamarack.
Okay.
Segment I bypasses Tamarack.
Oh, okay. So I bypasses, and so does F. So F doesn't connect to the substation either.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. I was yes. F
Right.
That node at that's right north of the sub denotes a change in the numeral in the labeling of the sub. So yes, F is the 345 coming through, and then the node at Tamarack is it's a sighting keeping track of tables and whatnot, and it goes out to the east as I, but it's the same.
Okay.
345 kV.
So the way WP would propose and MRP we would need to see a connection to the substation in their alternative, and then going directly west.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we have a 10-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a break. Hang on, just let's finish with Witness Fantasy if we can. Okay, I think that's all I have. So do we have any redirect?
Yeah, just a little bit, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Fennessy, I'm Brian Potts representing ATC. I just had a couple questions. Actually, if you could go back to the intervener map that you had up just a second ago.
And which one? Looking at
That one's fine. Either,
the
which
Weimar.
is,
Okay.
yeah, Weimar. Well, now I don't know what that exhibit number is, but
One or two.
yeah, one or two. So, Mr. Fennessy, earlier you were asked some questions about, first of all, ATC's public outreach. Do you remember that line of
Yes.
questioning? So you gotta wait till I'm finished.
Sorry.
Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that ATC has a public relations, or maybe called local relations, group that handles outreach with the public on behalf of ATC?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then I'd like to ask you some questions about the alternative Route 1 on this Weimar proposal. And you were asked uh, some questions about the permittability of that route and your concerns vis-a-vis wetlands. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
So, and I believe it was your testimony that you're the routing and siting witness, and there was quite a bit of discussion about what were your concerns related to this alternative Route 1. Do you remember that line of
Yes.
questioning?
Yes.
Um, if ultimately it would be up to the PSC and DNR to determine whether or not this alternate route number 1 is permittable. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you're not testifying that the PSC can't pick this route or that the DNR won't permit this route. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the concerns about this route, if the PSC were to pick this route, is it your understanding, I'm sorry, if the PSC were to pick the Weimariners alternate Route 1, which is designated in yellow on this map, is it your understanding that additional permitting would be required?
Yes, that's my understanding, Attorney Potts. Having said that, the other ATC witness, Michael Warwick, is more the expert in these areas than me, but I have a detailed working knowledge of it and feel comfortable responding though. So
Okay.
yes.
But it's your understanding that there could be schedule impacts if the commission were to pick this alternative route because some additional regulatory process, at least with the DNR and Army Corps, may be required. Is that a fair?
Yes, I think it's fair.
And we haven't talked about cost or construction related assessments of this alternate route number 1 today, have we?
Not to my knowledge, Attorney Potts.
And is it your understanding that every time uh, a project route turns, it would require an angle structure?
Typically, yes.
And typically those angle structures are more expensive than a regular straight line structure. Is that correct?
That's my experience, yes.
And looking at this map, there appear to be, if the commission were to pick alternate route number 1, there appear to be more angle structures needed. Is that correct?
Objection, describing what it's showing on the map.
Okay, I'll walk you through it then. Mr. Fennessy, do you see the purple line on the map, which is the common route?
Yes.
And if you start where it first deviates from Marcy Road, how many angle structures do you think there would be?
There'll be one or more coming out of the sub. one on the west side of Marcy Road, one within the wetland area on the Dominski property, and then
I'm
at
sorry,
Angles.
trying to stop you there. I think you're following the wrong route. I was asking about the purple route.
Oh, sorry.
So how many angle structures would be required for the purple route that we're looking at?
I recall that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 8.
Is that across the whole route? And I guess
That's
I'm just focused on where the alternate jogs off.
I see Judge, could you focus in just a little bit more? I'm having trouble seeing our line, our proposal in relation to the yellow line. You go up a bit. Okay.
So just want to be sure, Attorney Potts, you're looking for an answer as to where the line turns anywhere on the purple line that we see here?
Yeah, so if
Just the number of turns or corners?
Yeah, the number of angle structures that would be required.
Of structures, okay.
Brian, I see 4. The one coming out of Tamarack. Well, I'm sorry, on the Waymar property, on the Dominski property would be 2. And then another one up on the north side of the O'Brien property. 3.
Okay, and on the yellow route, would there be more than 3?
To take it to its conclusion, up in the northeast corner of the Marcia Road property LLC, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Yeah.
Okay, so there may be additional costs associated with the commission following the alternate route number 1. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions earlier about whether ATC needed or should have done a full evaluation of the interveners' proposed routes in this case. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes. Yes.
Did ATC, in your opinion, as the routing and siting expert, did ATC need to do a full evaluation of the routes proposed by the interveners, given the concerns you and the team members had already raised regarding those routes?
No, we didn't think so.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, just had one follow-up. Witness Fennessy, how long would it take to do an evaluation of the WP proposed alternatives and the MRP proposed alternatives? If you were to do one, if it was part of the original project, how long would it have taken to do those segments?
Judge, I think I'd have to defer to, and there are others. These would be analyses that would be conducted by environmental staff and subcontractors and by engineering and probably a number of other constructability folks. So it would be a better put to Stefan Hoffman or Todd Marsh or Mike Warwick. But it would be a collaborative effort, and it was not something that we would typically lead, given that it's mostly a technical review of impacts and costs associated with that. So
okay.
I'm uncomfortable responding.
Okay, but in your experience, what you've seen before, can you give us a ballpark?
Depending on detail, it could be a few days to a few weeks.
Okay. Okay, we can ask others for that, more specifics. That's great, thanks. Anything else? Any redirect from that?
Just briefly, Judge.
Oh, okay. I don't know if we don't typically allow on more cross, but if there's something specific to what you just heard.
It is. I'm looking at the testimony of Mr. Felt. Do you know who Mr. Felt is, Mr.
Well,
Fennessy?
I mean, that's not something you just heard, right? I'm sorry.
Well, it's related to the additional cost of assessing the feasibility.
Additional costs. Okay.
Witness Feltus is the commission staff witness who will be called at the end of the hearing.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Well, anyway, let's just have you ask your question, see if where we go.
So Mr. Phelps has stated in his direct testimony that the alternative routes as suggested by the MRP and WP parties do not currently have incremental differences in environmental impacts attributed to the change in the route design reflected in the record. These differences would need to be provided by the applicant for the total impacts imposed by the project to be known if one of the alternative route options are selected. And my question for you, Mr. Fennessy, is that would it be you or someone else from ATC who would be able to provide these incremental differences in environmental impacts? And that was on page 2 of Sir Rebuttal.
It would likely be a group of team members. I've already mentioned engineering, environmental, construction, maintenance. So it would be a group of us who would be responsible for doing that. I would be, because part of the conversation. So, but I would not. I would be part of that effort and not leading it, typically.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, great. Okay, any redirect from that? No.
No,
Okay.
you're on.
All right, let's get off the record. We'll take a half an hour break. We'll see you back at 1:30. We'll continue with ATC witnesses. Who do we have left?
Just Marsh and Warwick.
Okay, those will be quick, no problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll see. Marsh might be quick. Warwick, it seems like there's gonna be
We'll
some
see.
questions.
All right. So yeah, so you can turn your microphones and screens off. I would advise you not to disconnect because I'll have to rename you again. So thanks.
Are you gonna stare at me? I thought my audio wasn't on yet.
A cat or a dog?
Two dogs.
Never a cat.
One is laying on my rebounder and she just lays there the whole time, but she's like staring at me because I have almonds on my desk.
At least she's not jumping up.
We'll see.
No, she's the one that used to come on my back during hearings. She would like come up and she's tall, so you could see
Wow.
her. Yeah,
Yeah.
no longer.
Well, let's get started here. Did I fail to excuse Witness Fantasy? I saw him there. I don't remember.
You just said off the record. You didn't say you're excused.
Okay, well, yeah, to the extent I see him still there, I think well, let's get on the record. So, back from a break, and just wanted to make sure we know Witness Fantasy is excused, and we'll take our next ATC witness.
ATC calls Todd Marsh to the stand.
Well, I saw you jumping in there, but I don't see any more. Yeah, get your video.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep, there you go. Okay, yeah, you're
There we go.
flashing, but I got you there. All right, let me
Okay.
swear you in. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, you're a witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marsh. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Or Todd Francis Marish?
And Mr. Marish, are you the same Todd Francis Marish that filed direct testimony and or caused to be filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And now that you're under oath, if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your written direct and written rebuttal testimony, would your answers today be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Marsh, were you listening to the hearing earlier when we were discussing the intervener's proposed alternative route that would travel through the wetlands?
It was.
And were you present when we were discussing potential constructability and or cost issues associated with that route?
Yes.
And you are the well, could you please state what your position is with ATC?
Sure. So I'm a consultant transmission line engineer.
Okay. And did you have anything to add regarding the constructability and cost of the intervener's proposed alternative through the wetlands?
Yes. I would say that anytime that you're dealing with wetland or wet conditions, that definitely presents additional construction challenges and costs that need to be considered when choosing a route. Things like matting, usually getting into access those structures is more difficult in wetlands, and often we find that the level of effort required for matting and the number of mats goes up, sometimes very significantly, to be able to provide a stable platform to move equipment in and out. So you deal with that one, not only on the initial construction of the line, but then anytime you have to get back out and maintain the line, then you have to go through potentially similar issues as well, depending on what needs to be done. So there's definitely a long-term, over the 60 to 80-year life of an asset like that, lots of things to think about in terms of access and that. The other thing we did, it was touched on, the number of structures, the size of those structures. Anytime you go through a wetland, usually that's poorer soil conditions for one. So you're generally going to see an increase in size, often in foundation size or depth. The other thing is that when you think about looking at the way that potentially that alternate route as proposed by the landowner would route through that area, it was mentioned that the number of structures would go up. So you're dealing with, or number of angle structures, excuse me, large angle structures will go up. So you're going to be dealing with larger poles and larger foundations. That contributes to both costs. There's also an aesthetic issue to it as well to consider. And so generally, if we have a viable uproute option, that would be preferable to being in the wetlands.
And by uproute, you mean a route that's not is on uplands. In other words,
Upland,
not
sorry. Correct. Yes. Upland. So where you're dealing with generally higher elevation, you're dealing with often better soils and more stable ground.
Okay. I have nothing further. I'd tender Mr. Marsh for cross-examination.
All right. Any questions from CDMD? Am I getting that right?
Yes.
CMDM, sorry.
Thank you, Adam.
Go ahead.
Asking questions on good afternoon, Mr. Marsh. My name is Kevin Pollard. I'm an attorney for various landowners who this project is unfortunately impacting. Your Honor, if you could please pull up, this is one of the exhibits I submitted yesterday, and I believe I couldn't remember it, Your Honor, if you said you want us to reference the way I had it labeled it as an exhibit or just
Okay, yeah, let's go off the record when you talk about this. So are all these, so we have these, yeah, fantasy exhibits. These are the ones we're going to reference at this point? Okay. So what we're going to do, first of all, the parties got this yesterday as because I can see that, but if these are all for Witness Marsh, or are these going to be some of these for Warwick as well?
I'm only going to be presenting the one labeled 4, I believe, which is, and it will just be for this witness.
Okay, so we'll mark. So when we get on the record, we'll mark this EX ATC.
Are you on?
Off the record? No, off the record.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It'll be ATC Marsh. Well, let me check. Whatever the next one is, I think it's 1, right? Yeah. So it'll be Marsh's Exhibit 1, and then Attorney Pollard, you'll file that. So you'll just need to do the cover page and mark it appropriately. But we understand what's going on here, so there's no confusion. It's a cross-examination exhibit, but it'll be not produced. Well, it was produced by the company, but not offered by the company, but presented on cross. So we can refer to that as the Marsh 1 exhibit, and we can just proceed with that understanding. But let's get on the record, and we'll mark ATC. Sorry, screen is got too much stuff on the screen. Okay, we can mark as ATC Marsh 1 following exhibit, and if we could, I think we'll just need to have a description of that. I think if you want to just describe that, give us a title for it, Attorney Pollard.
You could say email from Oates, that's OATES, dated March 7, 2025.
Okay, is there more emails in there, or just is that the only?
Oh, that's a chain. I guess that's the most recent.
Okay,
but
that's the most. That's fine. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll mark it, and then if you have questions, let's hear your questions about that.
Thank you. Mr. Marsh, in front of you is an exhibit, which it is an email from Travis Oates dated March 7, 2025. You are listed on the as someone who was copied on this email. Do you know who Mr. Oates is?
Yes, I do.
What's his role in this project?
Just before I answer any more questions, I'm not seeing anything up on the screen, so I don't know if you're intending to present something, but I'm not seeing anything.
That's
I see
off
it.
the record. far as I can tell, I got it on the screen share.
I can see it as well.
I can see it.
Okay.
There's a view that the witness might need to change to.
So I'm just looking at
Um,
say here.
there's I don't know what what
For
Zoom
me-
looks like for you guys.
For me, in the near the upper right, there's like a view, the word view with a little grid, and then I can choose among speaker, gallery, multi-speaker, and you gotta choose, well, now that you're not sharing, can you share again, Judge?
Yeah, I'm on
Better.
standard on that little drop
You're not
down.
seeing the screen share?
I am not.
Okay, let me just
Well,
start.
oh, did you? I thought you pulled it. I might have changed
I
something.
didn't change anything, so I don't know what's going on. Let's see. So I just put the screen share
There it
on.
is.
Should be on now.
Now I've got it.
Okay, all right. Well,
Thank you.
hopefully we don't break anything here. Break the internet. Okay. Okay, so you can see it now. You can see the exhibit.
Okay, so the question is,
So, Mr. Marsh, do
Wait.
you know who?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So let's just ask, make sure that so witness Marsh, can you see what we've marked as your exhibit 1?
yes, I see an email dated 3/7/25, 9:08:44 a.m.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Mr. Marsh, do you know who Mr. Oates is?
Yes, I do. He's
What
my engineering consultant with Sergeant Lundy.
is he involved in the design of the transmission line?
Yes, he is.
Is he involved in the routing and siting?
He would be providing support for the routing and siting activities from an
Okay.
engineering perspective.
Okay. If you would actually turn to the second page of this email chain, there's an email from Jeremiah Morkey to Mr. Oates and also to you, where he references that Mr. Moore, the property owner with the home on the west side of Marcy Road, just south of Johnson's Nursery, forwarded me the attached file. The note below came from his engineer who marked up the attached property map. I'm sharing that as well so you can get a sense of what Mr. Moore may be requesting through the PSCW comment process. And that email was dated December 5th, 2024. Do you recall receiving this email?
Yes, I've seen it.
Were you aware that Mr. Moore had been proposing an alternative route that would go through the wetland south of the subject property?
Can you clarify the question?
Well, were you aware that Mr. Moore was proposing an alternative route?
And we're talking about the same route that we just reviewed?
Correct.
Yes, I was aware.
And you were aware of that as early as December of 2024?
I don't remember the exact timing of this, but as far as when our discussions took place, but yes, we've been aware.
Okay. And looking then back to the first page at the top of the email chain, then in March, Mr. Oates sent an email saying, Todd and Stephen, one more item regarding this property, currently SNL is proceeding with the design along the proposed route. In the attached email, the landowner had suggested an alternative. However, I do not believe these have come through the PSCW comment process yet. Should the alternative route be factored into our design? From a structure type standpoint, it seems both routes would have similar quantities of angles, dead ends, tangents. Therefore, height adjustments might be the only consideration. Do you remember receiving this email from Mr. Oates?
I don't specifically remember seeing it, but I mean, I remember we had the discussion about this alternative route. I mean, I see a lot of emails, so this particular one doesn't stick out, but I obviously received it.
Do you know if anyone from ATC ever responded to his question about whether the alternative route should be factored into the design?
So I cannot speak to whether or not formal correspondence or any kind of response would have taken place between, say, Mr. Morkey and the landowner. I don't know.
What is Sargent and Lundy?
Sargent and Lundy is an engineering consulting firm that ATC utilizes, and under my high-level direction, they have a staff of engineers and a project team assigned to this project that is working through the design of the route and support of the PSCW application process under my direction.
Okay, and
as the project engineer.
In response to my, I guess, previous question, you said you didn't know if there was any communication between ATC and the landowner. Is that correct?
I don't know specifically what correspondence has happened between ATC and the landowner.
So my question was, did anyone from ATC respond to Mr. Oates from Sargent and Lundy in response to his question asking if the alternative route should be factored into the design?
Yes. We have had significant discussion on the route.
And what was the discussion?
Essentially, whether or not the route presented by the property owner was a better option than the route that we were currently showing on paper. So, in other words, was the property owner's suggestion considered to be an improvement on perhaps what we had reviewed, evaluated, and thought of? The conclusion that we came to was that it was not, based on a number of factors that have already been disclosed, which are
go ahead.
Which are considerations that we evaluate frequently on routing and siting, like such as this.
Well, looking at Mr. Oates's email, he says that from a structure type standpoint, seems both routes would have similar quantities of angles, dead ends, tangents. He says height adjustments might be the only consideration. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I'm going to object. It's not clear what route. I mean, the route has changed multiple times in the proceeding. And so this email is from March 7th, 2025, talking about a route that I don't know what route we're which alternative route we're talking about.
Well, I know Mr. Potts.
Hang on.
I know there are multiple alternative routes in the proceeding. So I think it would be helpful for the record to clarify if if they're going to rely on Mr. Oates's position as to how many angle structures and dead ends and tangents, what was Mr. Oates talking about at the time?
Sure, Mr. Potts. And if you scroll down, this is an email coming from Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore and the Marcy Road property owners have only proposed one single route, as Judge Newmark made clear earlier today. The most recent proposed map is generally the same route as had been originally proposed by Mr. Moore back in December.
And I guess just to clarify, the route we were looking at a minute ago was not the same route as the one you're talking about now. Is that correct? Because the one we were looking at a minute ago had additional changes. It still went through the wetland, but then it had two different ways, and one of them would go in the substation. So
we're talking about the MRP.
Wait. You need to let each other finish. I'm sorry. But
okay.
It had
two different routes to come into the substation, the Tamarack substation.
Mr. Potts, I would hope that you would understand by now there's two different proposed routes. We're talking about the Marcy Road property route.
Okay, I understand that, but that wasn't clear until right now. So thank you.
All right, so do we have a pending question? Should we clarify?
So I guess the question I'm reading from Mr. Oates's email, where he says, from a structure type standpoint, it seems both routes, meaning the route proposed by MRP and the original route proposed by ATC, Mr. Oates says it seems both routes would have similar quantities of angles, dead ends, tangents, therefore height adjustments might be the only consideration. And my question to Mr. March is, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I'd like to, okay, so you're pulling up the exhibit. Can you show
Let
me
me just make sure. So what I'm showing is the Marcy route proposal, which is exhibit MRP Jackson 2R2. Is this the route we can all agree we're talking about? Or is there, yes, no objections? Okay. Because I'm just trusting everyone else here at this point. Okay. So yeah, so now I'm showing the proposal. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't believe that the email that you just showed me is referring to this exhibit because we just got done before I was called looking at another exhibit, which was an earlier version of this that had different line work on it. So I want to understand which exhibit we're referring to because the answer could be different between those two.
Well, it would have been originally X MRP Jackson -2. And earlier in the proceedings, Judge Newmark clarified, and the parties agreed that this is intended to depict the same proposed route that Mr. Jackson had drew up.
Except that the details are different between the two.
I think there's some confusion about the Weimar, which is, so there are two different routes that look very similar. One of them is this one, as I understand it, the MRP, and then the Weimar is the other one we were looking at that has a few differences at the end about that. And so
So I'm going to display both.
so these are the two. Yeah, so this is why I was confused, and I just want to make sure everybody's clear about which map we're talking about when.
And that's the same point I was trying to make as well, as just confusion between the two maps because they too convey different answers to the question you just asked.
Yep, and again, I'm talking about the map on the right, the MRP map with the green line.
And just to be clear, that line looks yellow to me, but I could be me or my screen. But for certain, I can see that the label MRP proposed alternate route is green. So, at least I think we can agree on that color, and the line may appear yellow to some and green to others.
Judge, I think it would, if you could pull up X MRP Jackson 2, which was the original map, because I think that is what was attached in this email chain, so that might help.
Okay, so off the record, let's see. I mean, we haven't really been discussing that exhibit yet. So if you just want to use it to confirm our understanding.
Well, you did bring it up this morning, and we all confirmed that it was the same route, but.
Right, but if I think do we need to do that again, or I thought we were good with that, but.
Well, I don't have any objection. It's the same route. I think the only question is, I don't know if Mr. Marsh
sees something different. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he never saw this one. So he only saw the blue one, so it might make a difference to him. I'm not sure.
Sure, that's fair. All right.
So
just hang on. I'm just gonna take a minute here. So I believe it could be this one. No. Okay, so I believe this is the original version of Jackson 2R2.
Correct.
Okay. So should I put those side by side? I don't know if that's gonna wouldn't necessarily be able to see it all, but I'll display them side by side.
So
wait.
Okay, so
wait until the judge says to go back on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, keep them in line, Debbie.
I'm sorry.
You're good. Someone has to. All right. So right, there we go. So let's get on the record. So we have the original exhibit MRP alt route on the left of the screen and the screen share, and the currently received exhibit MRP Jackson 2R2 on the right side of the screen. And so go ahead, Attorney Pollard, with some clarifying questions about for the
Sure.
witness. Mhm.
So in reference to this route, which I believe at the time of Mr. Oates's email in March, he was referencing the picture on the left. He said from a structure type standpoint, it seems both routes would have similar quantities of angles, dead ends, tangents. Therefore, height adjustments might be the only consideration. My question to you, Mr. March, is do you agree or disagree with that statement?
So I'm going to break that into two parts. I agree with the statement that based on the drawing on the left, that the number of angle structures between blue and purple from the area that we're focused on right now would be the same. But there's going to be more to the size of the structures and the foundations that's going to be likely larger with the blue than it will with the purple, because of the fact that this is likely wetland and likely not very structurally supportive soil. Doesn't mean it can't be built, but it probably is going to take more robust structures to do it.
And do you think utilizing those more robust structures would be worthwhile, considering the detriment that the originally proposed route would cause to various landowners?
In my opinion, no. I think that the purple route, and the reason that we developed the purple route, is because we felt that that was the best fit of constructability, environmental disturbance, maintainability, and impact to the property owners.
So you felt that putting the line closer to the property owners' dwellings would be better for them?
I didn't say that. What I said
how is that route better for the property owners?
I didn't say it was better for the property owners. What I said was that when you balance everything against each other, because property owner impact and environmental impact and are two impacts, for example, if we just look at impacts that are balanced against each other. In this particular case, going on to less environmentally sensitive land with the purple route is going to mean that it is going to bring that line closer to the property owner. If we went with the blue route, you're likely going to have a higher level of environmental disturbance than the purple route, but it's going to be farther away. So it's not that the landowner impact is not important. It's just that we are always in a situation when we cite these lines where we have to balance everything against each other. And it's often a compromise on trying to find the most optimal solution. And it's not going to be a perfect solution, but it's the most optimal solution. And in my opinion, the purple option, given all of the factors involved, is more optimal than the blue.
Well, when you're weighing those factors, do you give any deference to the wishes of the property owners whose property you're taking?
Oh, landowner impact is always a consideration.
No, that wasn't my question wasn't landowner impact. It was the desires of the landowners.
And we can't always accommodate every landowner desire. We are building a transmission line in a semi-developed area, and honestly, we have lines all over that are much closer to property owners than this one is. We always take that stuff into consideration, but at the end of the day, we have to put the line somewhere, and we have to put it in a location where we can construct it safely, maintain it safely, operate it safely, and comply with all of the permitting and requirements that we are obligated to meet.
Isn't it true that any environmental impacts of the proposed alternative route could be mitigated?
Objection.
I would-
This isn't the wetland expert. This is the construction expert.
Let me ask this then. So you don't have any knowledge of whether or not environmental impacts can be mitigated, do you?
I would not be the right one to answer that question.
Okay. Looking at the purple route, where it goes on to the WP property on the east side of the screen, do you see that? Are you aware that that route goes through wetland on the WP property?
Can you show me an exhibit?
I'm just asking if you're aware.
Without having the wetland boundaries shown in front of me, I can't speak to where we are and are not going through wetlands.
We could pull up document 522075, which I believe we looked at earlier today.
Yeah, let's go off the record. I mean, this is in the record and it's, available for citation, but just give me that number one more time.
522075.
So this would be Appendix F, Exhibit 3 of the application.
Page 23.
This looks. Is this where we were before?
I think down a little bit.
This doesn't look familiar. Okay. So page 23. No, it's just off the record. What
I'm sorry, page 26. I think down one more, I believe.
'27. I don't think this is what we were looking at before.
What about
Do you want the number of the one you were looking at earlier?
that's 522117. Page 17.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
So Mr.
So let's get on the record. So it looks like we are looking at exhibit Appendix A of the application figure 4, map A4-42. Let's go ahead.
So So this is, do you recognize this document, Mr. Marsh?
I don't recognize the document, but it's the area we're talking about.
And the purple line is the proposed route.
Correct.
And the green in areas and orange areas are areas that have been designated as wetlands. Is that correct?
I can't speak to. I'm just looking at the legend. Yeah, so that appears to be, and I'm not the environmental consultant, but it appears to be determined as a desktop reviewed wetland area.
So, Judge, if you could just scroll up a tiny bit. The proposed route, going north out of the substation onto the WP property is going on through wetlands. And then as it crosses west of Marcy Road, it goes through more wetlands. But there's no wetland showing where the route that my client is proposing. So I'm just trying to understand how you at ATC decide which wetlands it's okay to put poles in and which ones it's not okay.
So it looks like the structures, if you go just north of the substation, the structure WS 36341A, which is just to the north side of the road there, that one appears to be on the edge of a desktop delineated wetland, as does the one to the other side to the west of Marcy Road. So those appear to be, I'd say, on the edge of it. What I can say with something like this is we would do our best to spot the structure such that it was either just outside the wetland or as close as possible to the edge of the wetland. And the difference between this, I mean, something like this compared to what we were looking at further west is there's likely a way to access that from a construction standpoint to put that structure in without having to get into the wetlands. So differentiate between placing poles out in the middle of a long stretch of wetland that you have to build a massive mat road to get to, sometimes multiple layers deep, versus a structure that's situated on the edge and would maybe with a little creativity could be situated just outside that right of way or outside that wetland.
Do you see where the proposed segment E turns right in the middle of the Weimeyer property backyard?
Are you talking about a WS 36341A?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes.
Are you aware that that area is inaccessible because it's surrounded by water?
Without having done a field review, I haven't seen that, no.
Did anyone from ATC do a field review?
That I don't know on this one. I mean, we've done overall field reviews on this. That specific structure I can't speak to.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean you can't build in a wetland. We try and minimize it wherever possible.
I mean, would ATC consider building in a wetland to avoid destroying the value of my client's properties?
Objection. Mischaracterizes. I mean, it asks for a lot of assumptions there in that question, like destroying the property value.
Right, I understand. So yeah, I'm going to sustain that. I'm sure it's been stated by the landowner, but so I don't know if it's necessarily not in evidence, but I just
Well, let me ask this, Mr.
Yeah.
Marsh, would ATC consider the alternative routes that my clients are proposing in order to address their concerns?
So I would not be the one specifically that would be able to answer that question because it's not just an engineering question. It's a collaborative question.
Well, who would be the person who would answer that question?
I think we would have to go back and do a group review on that to see what the answer would be to that.
Well, looking at that email back in March 7th from Travis Oates, it looks like he was asking to have a group review on that.
And we did do a group review on it. And our initial assessment was that that our purple route was still the optimal route to route through there.
Okay. But no, on this map though, you don't have the Marcy Road, the new dwelling that was built on this map, right?
We do not show it on the map, as was alluded to in earlier testimony, because I believe the mapping data that was used to generate this mapping background is older than the dwelling. But that being said, it was brought to our attention that there was a residence out there, and we know approximately where that residence is, and it's well outside the area where, from an engineering standpoint, we would say that is a deal breaker. That is not a buildable route on purple there.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Can I move to admit this document into evidence?
It's let's get this right. It's March Exhibit 1. Yeah, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Right. Yeah, and this was received on discovery, so that'll be, but it's good. No objection, so we'll receive it. Thanks.
And then the other one is also the map we were just looking at.
Okay, we're talking about this from Appendix A.
Yeah.
That's in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Part of the application exhibit. Okay, and all right, I think that's fine. Any other other parties? I'm sorry, any other cross from parties? Commission staff, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Witness, is it Marsh or Mersh?
Mersh.
Mersh, thank you. My name is Sophia Rogers. I am representing commission staff. We had a couple questions for you. One of them arises out of the public hearing. Did you happen to make it to the public hearing the other day?
I was not at the public hearing.
Okay, we received a question about I think it was along the lines of why can't the applicant expand or not expand the road. So I'm sorry. Let me pull up the question was, under what conditions would the applicant consider not expanding the right of way to the full width proposed?
Can you clarify further? Is there a specific area that we're talking about?
I wasn't at the hearing either, so segment D, staff's telling me.
And Ms. Rogers, just to clarify, is the question about the right-of-way width or the easement, or what,
Yes.
you say expand, I guess I'm just trying to understand what we're talking about.
So I think it has to do with the width of the right of way. Can it be narrower?
So it's the existing, for the existing line, I think it's at 125-foot right of way, and the proposal is to, I may get this wrong, 170 feet, I think. But in some situations, the company retains the original width, and in other situations, it's proposing to expand the width, and people are wondering why and to what extent, what's the criteria and to what extent that can be modified based on landowner interests. I'm trying to find segment D to show you.
Thanks, Judge. It's in Brookfield along Davidson Road.
Can we pull up an exhibit of the area?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm trying to.
this is the difficulty of finding these maps, to be honest with
Understood.
you. It is very difficult to find the segments based on the documentation that's been provided. And, you know, I would consider we have some sort of discussion at some point to try to make this easier for everyone. But I don't know how we do that and how we initiate it and how we get it done. But at the public hearing, landowners were very frustrated about trying to understand. And I think, you know, ATC does a good job to the extent it shows up and they're talking to landowners. I get that. And then there's a lot of landowners and it's a big project and there's many projects, but I mean, I spend a lot of time trying to find segments and I'm sure landowners get very, and I do this a lot, but for someone looking at this for the first time.
I think it might be helpful, Your Honor. I think there's a chart at the very beginning of the exhibit that shows where the segments are.
So right. So the first page of this has this
Yeah,
map.
there.
But
And we're looking for segment D, which looks like it's right below Mill Road.
Okay, so we're in the Arcadian to Mill Road segment then.
so it looks like is it frame page 1 or 20? That's kind of so this is page 1. There's segment D going through it. And then if we go to page 20, I think, to see the rest of that.
Near the south end.
But I don't think that's on this filing. So we have to go to a different filing. So let's see if it's on the second one. Okay, so that's map 7. I think we're looking for 20. So I don't think it's going to be on this one. 13, no. So let's go. Let's do the third one.
So, in reference number 540895. Is that what you clicked on just now? It's digital page 8.
No, I'm on 120.
So in the part 2.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
looking at
that
the
one?
environmental features, figure 4.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
It's on page 8.
But you see my point here, right?
Absolutely, I do.
And what page?
8, digital page 8. It's page 35 of 88, but it looks like page 8 in the PDF.
Okay, so we're at Appendix A, Figure 4, Map A4-35. And this was, so a particular landowner was involved in this, on this page that made a comment?
I understand that James Mathis made a public comment at the hearing asking why the applicant had to use the entire proposed width.
I'm sorry, the entire.
Proposed width.
Thank you.
And not a narrower width.
How are you? So, can you clarify the question?
Who's?
I'm asking you to respond to that comment. I'm sorry that we don't have the transcript yet. But the question as I've framed it is, under what conditions would the applicant consider not expanding the right of way to the full width proposed?
So there's a standard ATC process that we go through to ensure that we meet all codes and that our line is operable and maintainable. And the right-of-way width requirements are based on codes, and they're based on ATC standards to be able to operate the line. So when we do a project like this, we will look at the structure type, we'll look at the conductor and how much it blows out, and we assess what the required right-of-way width is on a given line. And then we look at our existing line, our existing right-of-way rights that we have, and we decide, compare the two against each other and decide from there what we need to do. So the need to maintain the right-of-way width is all based on being able to comply with all codes and safely operate and maintain the system.
That's really helpful. What codes and standards are you referring to?
So there's a matrix of things that are looked at. There's an entire ATC right-of-way width evaluation process that is quite complex, and it references all the state and local, state and national electric codes that we need to comply to, as well as ATC standards, which are prescribed to us. So it's a very complex matrix of numbers that we look at for all of these spans.
Is that provided in the record somewhere, either maybe part of the application, or was it considered, was that provided in the application somewhere?
I don't believe that the calculations behind the widths that we determine are provided in the application. I don't know if that falls under a CEII thing or not.
I'm actually asking about the codes and standards that you mentioned. Or have those been provided?
We don't provide the codes. We may reference codes in some location in the application, but I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure.
And the ATC procedure, has that been provided somewhere?
Again, that's where I'm not sure if it falls under CEII, non-public information. I don't know.
Okay, is that something that you could provide? It sounds like there is documentation for all of this. There's a method to this, and there is documentation, right?
There is documentation. I cannot speak to whether or not that is something that can be shared or not.
Well, can be shared. I'm a little confused. We
You don't have to get into that with the witness. That's okay. But it
Okay.
looks like there's a width matrix. Is that one document that ATC is used to
Correct.
calculate the widths of the ROWs in this case?
So that would be the calculations that were performed for this particular project for all the various lines. We tried to summarize it and provide the maximum widths that we'd be looking for in that calculation, in that matrix.
And it just goes by segment by segment?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that would be a good document to have, be able to explain to, and I think, well, we'll see how it needs to be filed, but to the extent we can have documentation for the public to understand how the width was created would be a good resource, because yeah, I did, of course, attend the public hearing and hear many comments to this effect. So I would like to know, and I think the commissioners, once they read the public comments, will be curious to see how that was decided and what ATC has to back up that decision. So the width matrix and the codes and rules it's using to create that matrix, would be useful for the commission to have in the record.
Your Honor, I'm virtually certain that there's a description of all of this and lots of description about why the right-of-way widths were changed in different segments in the application.
Okay.
I'm not objecting to providing more data. I'm just telling you that I'm pretty sure there's lots of pages of description in the application about right-of-way width, why right-of-way widths were chosen, et cetera, et
Mhm.
cetera. So,
Okay.
but I don't believe that document that Mr. Marsh, that, ATC's internal, it sounds like procedures for determining right-of-way width. I don't believe that is in the record.
Yeah.
And I think what Mr. Marsh is concerned about is the CEII, which is confidential data, which obviously we can submit that to the commission. So,
Correct.
so that's what I know about that.
Yes. Okay. And that's that's the answer I was expecting. But yeah, I think to supplement the application, we could have the matrix filed, and yeah, the standards that the matrix follows would be useful.
And codes, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna mark that Marsh 2.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we just, I mean, Miss Rogers, I'm assuming when you say the codes, as long as we say which codes they are, we don't actually need to reproduce all the actual PSC codes and electrical
The
codes.
PSC, no, right, I'm just repeating what I heard. Yeah, yeah, if it's a PSC code or a US, if it's a publicly available code, that makes sense. I heard also that there was an ATC procedure, and I'm not sure what that
Yeah,
meant.
that's what I just wanted to clarify that. I think the ATC procedure would be Marsh, and I think if I heard Mr. Marsh correctly, the ATC procedure cites to the codes and other things that they consider. So, but I'm happy to take this offline with Miss Rogers and make
Okay.
sure we get staff whatever makes sense.
That sounds good. All right.
So Marsh 2 is going to be the ATC procedure, and then are we also seeing the with matrix is maybe Marsh 3, or is that the
I
same
would
thing?
just put those together I mean, if
Okay.
it's impossible to do that, let me know, but we'll just mark it as one for now. Well, as exhibit 2, one document. I just had one follow-up for you, Witness Marsh. Just the segment D we're looking at. Do you recall whether this is superimposing a new line over an existing? I mean, what it's showing here is an area where there is an existing transmission line. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the existing right of way, well, do you know what the width of that is?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember what the existing width is.
Okay. And the proposed one?
So that's a little bit of a complicated answer from the standpoint that this scope is a little bit different in this segment compared to all the rest of the segments, in that we're only working on certain towers through, these are existing lattice towers, and we're only working on certain towers throughout the line. So it's a little bit different look at the right of way than some of the other stuff. And it's going to continue to evolve through detailed design as well. So the widths that are shown are the worst case. This is not going to be any bigger than this width.
Okay, and what's the width that you're showing here? Any idea?
I think the witness testified he doesn't know exactly in this.
Oh,
Yeah,
for the
I'd
new
have to go back and
one.
look.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Well,
It's
I
in the
mean,
matrix.
it's showing a particular width on the map, though. I mean, right? Because we could actually calculate that if we took the time to do that. But I mean, do you know what width you used for the map, or whoever made this map?
So I believe that the width that's shown on the map, I don't recall what the width is that's on the map. We'd have to look at that.
Okay. Well, that's okay. That's fine. Okay. All right.
I have some more questions, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
So Witness Marsh, you said this is the most the widest it could be. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
So under what scenario would it be not as wide? Or what, you know, what reasons might there be for not expanding it the full width?
So depending on what we end up putting back for a structure, we have what we call deflecting. So if you put a new steel monopole in place of an existing lattice tower, you go from a non-deflecting structure, which means it doesn't bend from side to side in the wind, to a deflecting structure. And when you put a deflecting structure in, that requires a wider width than a non-deflecting structure. So we're still working through those details as we go into detailed design, what those structures exactly are going to be. And then from there, those calculations will be revised or relooked at to see what the new requirement is going to be. So it's a timing issue.
One more follow-up on segment D. Are the structures being replaced in segment D?
Is there more to that question, or?
That's pretty much the question.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it. We thought we might have seen recent testimony on this.
I might be able to help
Yeah.
with this, Your Honor, if Ms.
Okay.
Rauch doesn't object. I believe this is the area where there are existing lattice towers, and Mr. Marsh can confirm this. And the question ATC is determining is whether those existing towers can stay or they need a new monopole, and that determination hasn't been made yet. And if they have a new monopole, it will require a wider right of way. If the existing structures stay, it would, require less right of way. And Mr. Marsh, please. I'm not the
or deny.
Yeah, but I just want to, I think we skipped over that part. And so I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Does that sound correct to you, Witness Marsh?
Yes, that high level, that is correct. That if new monopoles have to go in, and it's not every structure, we have a lower number of it's a partial. It's only part of the structures that need work, not every structure on the line needs work. Because all we're doing here is we're essentially just increasing ground clearance to get more capacity, which is different than all the rest of the segments where we're rebuilding and replacing conductor. So in this particular section, it's got a different set of requirements where if we go ahead and if the only option for us is to replace the monopole, then the right of way widths will mimic what's in the matrix. If we're not needing to replace those structures, then there's an opportunity for that number to drop some.
Okay. And what's being represented in the map is a monopole structure.
I can't speak to the dashed lines that are shown, what the width on those is. But what is being proposed what is being carried forward in the scope right now is replacement of the required structures with monopoles and the associated right-of-way width.
Okay.
That goes with that.
I think I need you to. I think I lost the train there. So the two poles. I think there are two structures being proposed on A4-35, and they're the triangles, the white triangles in the matting square. That's what you're seeing that too, right? Okay. So do you know what's being depicted in this map, a monopole, or what's the intent behind those symbols right now as you sit here today? Is it a monopole structure we're seeing, a lattice structure, or you don't know?
It's a monopole.
Okay. And
So
then, yeah, go ahead.
we're carrying forward the worst case scenario, which is a monopole structure replacement is necessary, and that a wider right of way is also necessary. And that's carried forward not only in the right of way widths, but also in the impacts as well.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor. That was helpful, witness march on the, segment D. I have a few questions. We have a few questions now on the Sanders Seymour property, which is a property on the south side of, Silver Spring Road. Are you familiar with that property?
Can you show me an exhibit, please?
Off the record, we're gonna try to find another one. I was looking for it before because I had a feeling this was gonna come. So, but I couldn't find it. So we'll have to. So we're gonna try to look at the similar, the Appendix A map. Does that make the most sense? Okay,
I
so
think so. And then, actually, my witness Kyle Feltus is telling me it's on page 22 of what you're on.
the existing one. Okay.
Yeah, so it's, I don't know if that's a digital page or, yeah, I think that's digital page 22.
Oh. Let's see. So that looks like yes, that's well, no.
I can't see your PDF view at the top, but
Right, I have page
have it.
22. There's the
Yep.
water treatment. I don't think that's the whole. Is that all of the Seymour? Oh yeah, I know. I don't think. I think that's the whole Seymour property.
The north side of the road.
So north of that's not the water treatment plant here.
No, I'm asking about
Oh.
the Sanders Seymour property.
Yeah,
Which is, yeah, I understand it's across, okay. It's really hard to see this, on my screen.
there's Village of Butler, Silver Springs.
So
It's going
the
the
two
other
close
way.
structures, right above the water tower.
I think that's it, Your Honor. You just put right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
It is page 22, yeah.
right there, that one.
Um,
And if I remember correctly, it's that far second to the left structure on the, yeah, right above your cursor there.
That's the CMDM property.
Oh, is that not the Seymour?
No. Seymour's a landowner, and their property's across from the water treatment plant.
um,
And then there's like a
page 40
river.
try page 49, Judge.
Okay, on the PDF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. No, that's the same page.
No, I don't have that many pages.
Okay.
50, here's 49. I don't know why it was hard. I can find it on.
It is, yeah, you're on the digital page 22 and then you're scrolling around it, but the property itself, it's I know Kyle Feltus knows exactly where it is. And if we can ask him to chime in, he can tell you exactly where. Kyle, can you
Free
unmute?
to join us.
You're free.
Yeah, so right there, if you stop scrolling, Your Honor.
Okay.
Near the bottom, above the legend, just east
Oh,
of the river,
okay.
there's the
Yes.
Village of Butler.
Yes.
So just north of that is the property.
Right. I was getting confused with this area. Okay. There we go. You're right. Thanks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Kyle.
So let's reorient ourselves here. So we're on,
We're on page 20, digital page 22, which
What-
is marked as page 49 of 88.
okay, I think we should get on the record now.
All right.
I'm just this is gonna look weird, but I just gotta get rid of this. Okay. Okay, so let's get on the record and orient ourselves to the exhibit we're looking at. Go ahead, Attorney Rogers.
Witness Mersch, this is part of the application. We're on page 49 of 88 or digital page 22 of, I think it's part 2 of the environmental appendix A. Are you familiar with this map?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not familiar with this detailed area, but
Okay, well, are you familiar or have you been made aware of the Seymour property as it appears on this map?
I'm not recalling any specific discussion. I mean, we've been talking about a lot of parcels on this project, so I don't know, can you give me a little more context on the question?
Well, we started asking this of witness Hoffman and he directed us to you. I'm wondering if maybe he's the better person. I am surprised to hear that nobody's familiar with the Seymour property.
Well, can you give some context on what the issue is? I remember talking about an issue earlier. Can you give some context on the issue?
Yeah, I'll do my best, but not an expert on this.
Okay, hang on, let's go off the record. So Stefan Hoffman's got his hand raised. So off the record, we can see if you have a comment there.
This is the residential parcel with all the trees in the front yard, with the Butler Water Facility on the opposite side of the street. This is on Silver Spring Road.
The context is helpful.
Okay, good. That's what we need.
It's more of an issue of the property owner name per se relative to the issue.
Okay, so we're using the Seymour property because that's the person who appeared at the public hearing. If there's another, no, we're off the record. On the record. Just if there's another designator that, something like we can refer that's already been used on the record on the application, let us know, and we can use those in conjunction with each other. But if there's a better way to identify this so that it tracks with what's already been filed, then you can let us know when we get back on. So, all right, so back on the record. We're talking about the Seymour property, which is just north of the Village of Butler Water Treatment Plant on Silver Springs Road. Sounds like the witness is aware of that property now. We've recalled his recollection. Is there any other designator or name that you would also understand this property as?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
This is
So
fine.
we'll just stick to Seymour property. That's fine. Okay. Go ahead, Attorney Rogers.
Thanks, Judge. So there were a couple data requests for additional context witness. Mersch, there were data requests about this that did come up in the Hoffman line of questioning, and I think that was pretty short because we switched over to you. But those were PSCW KF 4.2 and PSCW KF 6.8. Judge, I think that the PSCW
I'm off the record for that. So just give me the numbers once I get this going here. All right. Yeah, so we want the responses.
to PSCW KF.
What's the number?
Sorry, data request 4, and then it's KF 4.2.
The PSC number.
Oh,
I think we had it before. All right, I can look.
Yeah, it's 542344.
542344.
That's right.
Okay, All right, so you just want to identify this for the record and go ahead with your question.
Witness merge, this is, response to PSCW KF 4.2. Do you recognize it?
Hang on, let me get to the correct one.
Sorry, Judge.
There we go.
Take a minute to reread this one.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Would it be possible or feasible to reduce the right of row width, for this area, if segment L were to be built as proposed?
We'll go back. I'll reference the earlier discussion we had on my explanation of how right-of-way width is calculated. Again, it's all driven by some ATC standard right-of-way widths, which are based on codes as well as ATC's standards to maintain and safely operate the line. I don't recall the specific widths that were calculated for this particular segment. I'd have to go back and re-review that. But any conversation about reduction of right-of-way width, we'd have to understand how the numbers looked, and it would not be a project team decision to be able to say we're going to use a reduced width here without further vetting from other stakeholders within ATC.
Okay, is it fair to say that it depends on the structures, like your answer before?
It does. It depends on the structures. It depends on all the factors that are involved in the calculations, and it would be it would have to be further discussed. It's not ATC has prescribed widths and standards for this, based on its experience with operating and so that's what the calculations that are done on the project team level are based on executing those standards and codes.
Okay, I think looking ahead to that exhibit being filed, I think that'll be really helpful, and your answer is clarifying. Would it be possible to locate sensitive infrastructure on Judge, do you mind going? I'm sorry to scratch my question. Judge, do you mind going back to thank you so much. Witness merge, would it be possible to locate sensitive infrastructure on the south side of Silver Spring Road during the detailed engineering to determine the actual risk of placing two structures on the south side?
So this is a similar answer to the other property that we talked about, in that it has been discussed. We see many constraints and reasons not to do it. it likely could be done, but it's going to involve switching back across the road with structures, which is going to introduce more angles and larger structures. We're also going to have to deal with the extreme large presence of distribution facilities on the south side. So, when this data request came up, we reevaluated it and feel that the best answer is still the one that we're showing here in terms of overall impact.
Okay, and the distribution facilities that you just referred to on the south side, those are observable facilities, not underground facilities, correct?
Correct. And there's a lot of it. I mean, we bury facilities quite often for LDCs and relocate and work with them. There's a lot on that side right now.
Okay, I think that's what I needed. No further questions, Your Honor.
So I did have a couple more because, like I said, so I was at the public hearing, and unfortunately, the transcript, well, it wasn't really due out until today, and now we just need to strike that Michael's testimony. So it may take a little bit longer to get it out than usual, but what I learned at the public hearing from the landowner. So we'll take that representation, but the landowner pointed out that there's septic and a well involved in that property that they fear at least will be negatively impacted by the location of the structures. And just it looks like from this map that there's two structures very close together on that property. And I just, in terms of how ATC would plan to design this line on that property as proposed, can you just give us some understanding of how, what kind of investigation you'd be doing on that property? Now that there may be some impacts that may not be apparent from an aerial view and maybe that you didn't know before you drew this line.
So definitely the presence of something like a septic system, any kind of underground utilities is something that as we proceed into the design detail phase of the project gets a significant review, both from a design and a construction safety standpoint. Something like a septic system, we will have to get a little more creative because that's not something that's going to show up in the standard utility underground locating process. So we will have to figure out a way to work with the landowner to understand better the limits of the facilities, what the facilities are, and that would be what I would consider to be I mean, it's a special condition, but it would be typical of the things we would want to make sure that we've got well understood. And as we move into the next phase of the project, fine tuning structure placements and that would be part of that. So.
And then just another comment from landowners, and I think it involved this landowner in particular as well, but there seems to be a ridge towards the west of the property as you get, I guess, on the shore of the Menomonee River. They expressed concerns about building the line over the ridge. And I'm not saying there is a concern, but that's what we were told by landowners. They were expressing concerns about that. Does that feature, geographical or topographical feature raise any concerns for ATC, or do they handle that in a different way than other, than a normal span of a transmission line?
So we would we would fully evaluate ground clearances to make sure that all ground clearances to any topographical features are met. So for us, that's just part of the standard detailed design evaluation. We would adjust structure heights through that area however we needed to make that work, and it might even mean shuffling the structure to the west or east depending on what's more optimal. So yes, that would be something we would definitely pay attention to. It doesn't particularly concern me in that it would be just part of our one of the many things that we have to evaluate when we put these lines in.
So you'd want to keep the line as straight across vertically, or distance from the ground. You'd want it not distance from the ground. I guess what exactly is the height concern that you would, or what adjustments would you be making to the poles to address a ridge that dropped down from going on one elevation and then a sudden drop down to a lower elevation?
Yeah, so we'd have to look at the exact topographical features, and we'd have to look at where what we call the belly of the wire, which would be the low point of the wire. Where does that fall relative to the change in grade, and make sure that would be all of our clearances are based from the lowest point of the wire and figuring in all the sag and all that. So that would be the starting point, and then we would set the structure heights however we need to kind of achieve that aesthetic and functional balance through there to make it all work.
Okay. So just the way I'm imagining this, so just correct me if I'm wrong, the height of the pole on the low side of the ridge would have to be taller than the height of the pole on the higher elevation side of the ridge. Does that make sense?
Potentially, unless we end up in a situations where we just have to raise both poles a little bit to do it. We would just have to run it through CAD and see how it lays out in profile view the best. And we'd be doing it in such a way that it would be the least impactful and provide us assurance that we're going to get the clearance that we need.
So by least impactful, you mean what's your standard for that?
I mean, we don't want to make the lines any taller than we have to. So it's, there is an aesthetic component that goes into these line designs. We try our best to make them as least impactful as possible. So we would just look at what are the options to get through there that work the best.
Okay. And would a taller pole require a larger diameter pole?
Potentially, slightly.
Okay. All right. That's all I have on that. Anything else? Any other cross for this witness? No, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
He was the quick witness too, you said. All right. So you're excused. Thank you. And we'll
Okay, thank you.
hear the next witness. Yeah, thanks there was a lot of good information in there. I appreciate it.
Your Honor, the applicants call Mike Warwick to stand.
Okay. See you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Warwick, could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Warwick.
And are you the same Michael Warwick that caused to be filed or did file direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I am.
And now that you're under oath, if I asked you the same questions that are in your written direct and written rebuttal today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I tender Mr. Warwick for cross-examination.
All right, let's have our parties first with cross. Start with CMDM MRP. Oh, you're muted. I can take care of that. Oh, there you go. Got it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warwick. My name is Kevin Pollard. I represent various landowners who are being impacted by this project, including the Marcy Road property parties, the Weimer property parties, and also CMDM Lilly LLC. Judge, if you could please pull up XWPG Weimer 1R2.
Okay. adjust this a bit here. Okay. Weimar. This is right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Have you seen this map before, Mr. Warwick?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the proposed route that the WP property owners are proposing?
Yes.
Are you also aware of the proposed route that the MRP property owners are proposing?
Yes.
From my understanding from various witnesses who have testified today, ATC is opposing these proposed routes primarily because they would put the line through a wetland, and it's been alluded to that there's incremental costs associated with putting the line through the wetland. Aside from those issues, do you have any other concerns about this proposed route?
Aside from the wetland impacts, I do not.
Okay. Is ATC willing to prepare a mitigation plan to address the wetland impacts?
That depends on what your definition of a mitigation plan is. There is the ability to purchase wetland mitigation credits should we need to.
Would ATC be willing to do that to address my client's concerns?
If this particular route were ordered to be that way, then we would have no choice but to purchase additional credits.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Other cross? Go ahead, staff.
Thanks, Your Honor. Afternoon, witness Warwick. I'm Sophia Rogers for commission staff. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I have some questions for you about birds and bats. And there's a few different sort of buckets. I have a few areas I'd like to cover with you. First, I think we can just get out of the way a few segments and those impacts. Were you involved in preparing the response to the recent data request question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So thank you. Are you familiar then with actually, Judge, do you mind pulling up? It's I don't think it's gonna be on your screen.
I have multiple things up here and I don't have that.
I shouldn't underestimate you. Well,
I don't know where it is anymore. So.
I have
Okay.
You're not allowed, Judge. I have the IRF number for you. It's 547-502.
547
502.
502. Ah, okay, that's one.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness Warwick, do you recognize the response to PSCW KF 7.1?
Yes.
Great. So first, I think we can just get out of the way segments, common route segments D and L, proposed route segment J, and alternative route segments G and O.
O or L? Was that O or L?
O as in
Thank you.
Thank you. So this data request response states that all those segments are going to be outside of the suggested avoidance period. And so there will be ATC doesn't have any issue with avoiding tree clearance for those segments. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. Let me start over. Is it fair to say that ATC will avoid tree clearing for segments D and L, J, G, and O?
Based on our current plan schedule for those segments, yes, those would be outside of the suggested avoidance period.
Okay. Good enough.
Delays, sorry,
Please go ahead.
just gonna say delays to that would possibly mean a change in schedule, but as planned, those segments that you mentioned would be outside the suggested avoidance period.
Well, I was reading the paragraph before. So in the first paragraph, right under the header response to data request PSCWKF 7.1, I see the first sentence says there's greater flexibility in segments that are planned later in the schedule. Do you see that?
Yes.
Or does that refer to the segments that I just listed or something else?
I believe that refers to segments M and N. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So the way that you're reading this, and I think you prepared. When is Warwick, is there another witness who would know the answer to that question who's here today?
Yes, Stefan Hoffman and I worked together on the answer to this.
Okay. All right, so we can follow up with him, but your understanding is that D, L, J, G, and O are going to be before April 1st.
I can't recall if it's before or after for these segments. I just recall that it's outside of that suggested avoidance period.
Okay, we'll clarify that later. That's fine. Okay. Thank you for answering to the best of your ability.
Is the schedule in the application, or is this something that exists elsewhere?
The schedule's definitely in the application. I don't know whether this specific detail is in the application or not, but the schedule is definitely in the application.
But the schedule would be schedule of construction of the segments, but not necessarily the clearance of the trees. Is that?
I don't want to get it wrong. So
someone's got to know this.
Stefan Hoffman is the schedule.
Okay, we'll get it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we'll need to know is, what the schedule is, how it may change. And then, I mean, if there's some sort of like trigger dates that we're looking at, like if the commission approves it could be, what could make the plan schedule change? Is it weather? Is it either? So I don't,
I didn't mean to really open that can of worms.
You're just asking to clarify, which is fair. And we just don't have clear answers, so we should get them.
Well, I agree with that, but given the time, I'm okay to move on and ask this of witness Hoffman.
Okay, yeah, just trying to, I think trying to telegraph to the witness what you want to know.
Yeah. So we can't rule that out right now, but let's talk about the birds and the bats for for all the segments then. So there's a statement in this data request response at the end that says that ATC would be willing. Judge, we're at, the end of, yep. With the above said, ATC would be willing to assess nesting locations in lieu of the order point proposed. Did you help to write that portion?
Yes.
Okay. So can you so I have a few questions about that. First question, is this a normal practice for ATC, or is this the way it's framed here, it sounds like it might be a new offering. Can you explain whether this is a normal practice or not?
It's a normal practice. Referring to our avian protection plan, it's explicitly stated in there that any nest noted while doing construction activities would essentially be the work would be delayed in order to accommodate those nesting. So the only nuance there is what exactly the level of effort to do that assessment is, and then what is the result of that assessment.
When you talk about an assessment, are you referring to just the Migratory Bird Treaty Act requirement that if you do see a nest, you have to stop or you have to protect it? Or is it something else?
Something else.
What are you describing?
I'm describing our general ATC policy to stop work if we do see a nest, and stop and delay work if necessary if we do see a nest that's active.
And if you would stop tree clearing, what's the work? Or any work?
Yeah, depending on the activity. In this case, we are talking about vegetation clearing. So we definitely wouldn't clear the tree with the nest in it. And then we'd have to establish a specific buffer around that tree, depending on the species of bird that it was and what's adequate for that bird.
Okay, and that's all required by, that's not just in ATC's procedures, but that's actually required by the federal law, right?
There is some nuance to the federal law. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act essentially prohibits the take of migratory birds. It's a strict liability, meaning, or at least it's always been interpreted through case law as strict liability, meaning you don't have to intend to actually harm the bird for you to be liable for the bird's harm. That changes with depending on the administration that's currently in charge. So the current administration and the current administration's first term.
Well, I think I'm going to stop you because I actually
Sure.
we're actually not concerned about the compliance with that
Okay.
law. We're interested in this additional thing, which we think you're offering to do, which would be conducting assessments. So proactively in advance, maybe a week in advance of doing the tree clearing, going through and inspecting. Is that what you're referring to here? Or is
Yes, in advance at some point, whether it's the day of, to do it in advance of equipment and crews moving in, or the day before, that's to be determined. But if you do it too far in advance, bird nests pop up. So, they can pop up anywhere. So if you do it too far in advance, you may miss them. So it's probably best to do it, shortly before you're starting the activity in the area.
how many days does that mean? The day of or a week before?
It could be anything. We could work with DNR on what that looks like. We don't have that set at this point.
Well, what does ATC currently do?
It depends on the schedule of the project. We, for example, on our maintenance work, we're just asking the staff that are actually in the field to do the work, to whatever activity it is, to look for birds or bird nests in advance. So it's basically while they're out there.
So the people operating the equipment to cut down the trees are the same people inspecting them.
They could very well be, yeah.
Well, I'm not really asking you to speculate. I'm asking what the current practice is.
Oh, I'm not speculating. I'm just saying that in some cases that they are the same workers that are doing the tree clearing. Depending on the situation, if there's a rare species that we need to identify, then we'll have a qualified biologist do that work.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, so if let's say it's the workers who are cutting down the trees who are also doing this, am I hearing that they go on the same day, do an inspection, maybe, I don't know how many feet or how far they'll cover, and then they go back and cut the trees?
Yep, and if they were to find a bird nest, the expectation is that they hold off, they make a call to their environmental project manager, whoever that is working on the project, in this case it would be me. And we discuss how that nest is going to be avoided and how to proceed.
And can you tell me more about what the actual assessment looks like? Are we talking about people on the ground, or are there drones, or what?
It would be.
I guess I was going to object because he's talked about multiple different kinds of assessments. Which one? I mean, one of them is when he has a biologist come in. One of them is when the other. So which one are you? I guess I just think it'd be good to clarify which are you talking about when you're talking about assessments.
I'm curious about both, but let's talk about the not who are untrained, non-biologists. So, Mr. Warwick, or witness Warwick, are you ready to answer? Should I rephrase?
I'm ready to answer.
Thank you.
If you're referring to the crews that are there to do the work, we don't specify a procedure on how to do it. We just ask them to be aware of the possibility of nests in that location and to delay work or establish, make the call to us. We establish a boundary of some type depending on the species and the urgency of the work.
Depending on this species. So witness Warwick, is this only being done in areas, in animal concentration site areas, where there's a known?
No, it's just that's part of our general avian protection procedure, is that if you're out doing work and you notice a bird nest, you will stop work, make a call. We will work out the details on a buffer, when work can begin in that area.
Okay. You said there's no written procedure for this part?
Can I refer to my
Please.
procedure? Yeah. I have it printed up here.
Great.
Okay.
Just what are you referring to? Let us know.
Yes, it's our ATC avian protection procedure.
Is that the same as the avian protection plan that we received as a data request response?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And Mr. Warwick, there's confidential information in that document, so please don't read anything that's confidential without us.
It should be highlighted in gray, right? The confidential?
It is. I just wanted to make sure.
I don't
It is, and the bulk of it is. So I'm not sure if I can.
Well, we can refer to the document. We have the document on file.
Okay.
Maybe I'm
sorry. I'm just trying to find the right page. I can refer to the page.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, on page 5 of 10, there's a reference to nest management.
Page 5 of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Got pages 13 or 7 of 10.
That's
Okay,
the
I'm there.
first section on that page. Okay.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Witness Warwick. Thank
Yep,
you.
there. So I'll just refer to that.
And that
then
entire portion is redacted right now. It hasn't been accepted for confidential handling yet. And I'm skeptical of the blanket redaction, but I'll note it is entirely redacted at the moment. If we have to go into close, I guess we have to go into close. Attorney Potts, are you comfortable proceeding?
I mean, I'm not comfortable breeding
Mm-hmm.
confidential information into the public record. So no. And I think there may be, again, I'd have to review the affidavit that was filed with this, but there may be both business confidential, in other words, how they manage this compared to other companies, and and DNR confidential. I'm not sure which one we're talking about. So I
It's
think
not
if you want to
DNR.
ask questions about the specific text, we have to go into closed hearing.
I'm not asking questions at all about the specific text, but your witness asks to refer back to this to answer my question about the
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Well, let's just go into close so we can see it and hear it. That's fine. Rather than just talking around everything. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put us all into a break room. Everyone who's authorized to see confidential information. I can show you the affidavit that was filed. Actually, that was filed by witness Warwick, but the affidavit does not cite species information that may be.
I can clarify that. That's correct. It's business confidential.
Yeah, and it's not
That's what we're asking.
CII. So yeah,
No.
so as long as parties have signed do not NDA agreements with the applicant, you can enter the breakout room with us. And I think the applicant would probably know that better than anyone.
Yeah, no one signed a confidentiality
No one.
agreement in this
Okay.
proceeding. Not, I mean, none of the interveners. So I think it would just need to be applicant and staff on.
Okay. Something just did something here. Okay. So let's go and so let's move so I'm going to open a breakout room, and just I think I can move people in. I can move in ATC and commission staff, and the rest of you will have to wait in the main room here until we're done. So I think I can let you choose to enter. So it'll just be ATC and commission staff. You'll get a note on your screen, I believe, that you can enter the breakout room.
And Debbie.
And me.
And you. Well, you'll get to choose. You'll get to choose.
Oh, okay. So I can take a break or something?
So the people in the main room won't see or hear us. The live stream will be we'll be just broadcasting within the main room. So I think I do need to put up a sign for that. Okay. I guess I can't do that because we'll need to share our screen. So, okay, just create the room and I'll let you guys. I think I can assign you. I'm just going to go ahead and assign people. Okay, I guess everybody. I see you there, Stephen. Yeah, I'm gonna Stefan, I'm gonna assign you. Yeah, you're muted. Hang on.
Yeah, not sure why I dropped out. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden I was gone.
Yeah, it's I can also can't figure out how to put myself in the room. Which is I've done this many times, and I just every time is different. Okay, let me see if I can get you in there. This way. Okay, there you go. You're gonna go now. Hmm.
Judge, you're muted.
Thanks. Yeah, you can check on the live stream. It looks like we are live now. Okay. So let me just get the screen share. So yeah, so we're back. Any other questions on the about this topic for the public session?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
So witness Warwick, there is nothing in writing, explaining, to the workers or, explaining the ATC procedure, of inspecting in advance of tree clearing, correct?
Not in advance, no.
Okay. And by advance, I mean before encountering a bird.
Right.
How are workers trained to know what to look for? And I'm talking about the tree cutting crew, not the biologists.
Because the vegetation management crews, many of which are foresters by trade, and are out, and it's their job to know what a bird nest looks like. It's expected of them that they can recognize a bird nest and make the call if they do find one. I guess further, we have a general environmental training that all of our field workers do have to go through. And that does have a section on avian protection.
Okay, so a forester specializes in trees, right?
Right.
But you're asserting they also know about birds.
I assert that they know how to recognize a bird nest. I don't assert that they necessarily can recognize bird according to species, but
Okay.
that's not necessary.
And are they standing on the ground looking up? Are they using drones? Are they on a ladder? Are they
It would
climbing?
be, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It would be standing on the ground.
Okay. Okay, and are you the person coordinating this program? Receiving those phone calls when a nest is found?
Yes.
How often does that happen?
Are you talking about the question you just asked? I thought was about this project. Are you asking about this project, or are you asking about? You said, "Are you the person who does this?" and didn't designate whether you mean for all of ATC or just for this project. So if you could clarify that, that would be helpful.
Are you receiving phone calls for all of ATC when a bird nest is found?
Not necessarily everyone. I am considered our avian coordinator. Other folks in the environmental department may also receive those calls. Typically, that would then get reported to me, or someone would discuss it with me.
Can you provide any context as to, or any kind of estimate as to how many calls you might get on a project of comparable size, or say within a year, any kind of number or estimate, range of number of phone calls that you might get?
I'd say on a comparable project, a handful.
A handful meaning less than 5?
Less than 5.
So only less than 5 nests would be identified.
Correct.
So does that sound right to you?
Typical.
Okay, does that sound right to you, or do you think you might be missing some nests there?
I'm gonna object. We're talking about a hypothetical unknown project. All of these projects, some of them are in cities, some of them are in woods, some of them are, so I don't know that you can just make broad statements like she's asking the witness to make. I don't think it's fair to ask him that.
Well, his answer referred to comparable projects, but I'm not sure I don't disagree with you. I just think at least that portion of your objection, the witness was able to clarify for us. So
So
comparable projects, your answer was a handful. I don't know if is there anything else you need to ask, Attorney Rogers? What else do you need to know
I thought
about?
my question was clear. If the witness is able to answer, that's great. If not, I can ask another question.
Let's read it back then. So it'll be Attorney Rogers' last question.
Actually,
We're reading back Attorney Rogers' last question.
Yeah, I think Debbie was doing it, but it was on mute.
Oh, you're muted. Oh, yeah. We all mute when we come back from the room. That's not.
And I read like 10 pages.
Yeah. Oh, no.
What I said was there was more than just the last question. A handful meaning less than 5, answer less than 5. Questions, so only less than 5 nests would be identified. Answer correct. Question, so does that sound right to you? Answer typical. Question, so does that sound right to you, or do you think you might be missing some nests there?
Okay. On a comparable project.
yes, I'll try to answer that question to the best I can. I can't state for sure whether or not we are missing nests. It is possible, given that most surveys or assessments, however you want to describe them, would be from the ground level. You may not see every single one. In some cases, the trees are climbed or accessed with bucket trucks. They could see them in those cases as well. Whether or not every single bird nest is found, I can't say yes or no.
I might have, I might be mistaken. I thought that you said in earlier testimony that the trees were not being climbed or reached with bucket trucks in there from the ground.
Typically from the ground, and that's assessment wise. It's possible that when they are actually climbing the trees to remove limbs or cut the tree down, they could find additional nests.
I see. Thank you. Okay, I think that we've gotten what we needed on that topic. Just double checking my notes. Okay, let's move on to animal concentration sites.
Yeah, I just had a few questions still on this topic. I don't want to beat this to death, but there's just some open ends. Just curious, witness Warwick, if a nest is taken down by construction or maintenance activities, do those workers report that to you?
That's the expectation, yes.
Okay. And so in the past year on comparable projects, how many of those reports have you received?
We know that of one that was accidentally taken down.
Okay. And
that was after, just to clarify, it was after one had been already identified.
So there was one already identified and a second one was taken down by accident.
No, one was identified, and then the tree that was supposed to not have been taken down was accidentally taken down.
Okay. So, and I guess that's another question. How many times have you stopped the work because of a nest that was identified in the past year on comparable projects?
In the past year, on comparable projects in the last year, I have not stopped work.
And is
I
that,
can,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
just to clarify, we also do this from a maintenance standpoint. We have a consultant that kind of handles phone calls from the field, and they provide additional environmental guidance, whatever that may be, whatever the reason they're being called. So that would include, we found bird nests, what do we do?
Okay.
I'm sorry. The end of that would include, we found.
We found bird nests, what do we do?
Oh, sorry.
And based on your previous testimony, you'd get a report of that contact, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's good. Thanks. Go ahead, Attorney Rogers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness Warwick, moving on to the animal concentration sites. Did you review the recommendations as to animal concentration sites in the EA?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as animal concentration sites.
I'm referring to, I can find the pin citation in the EA, but I'm generally referring to recommendations regarding the threatened species and the special concern species. There are a couple birds in the area that were identified.
Okay, fair.
Okay. So there were recommendations in the environmental assessment related to these, right?
Right.
Is ATC agreeing to those, or are those not feasible? Can you comment on those recommendations?
Well, I should probably back up. We have an endangered resources review that has recommendations. I think that has more specific recommendations than the EA does as far as rare species, specific rare species go.
Sorry, you said what had more specific information than, I apologize. Can you repeat that?
The certified endangered resources review.
Okay. Okay, that's the better source.
I'm sorry, I just saw Your Honor scrolling through, and I did see a section on those threatened species. So, oh, there are recommendations here. Okay.
Okay, and I can't tell you if they are exactly the same. I think this should be the better source, but
okay.
I don't know the difference personally. I think this is just the public source and the other one is like, okay. So I think we're talking about the same thing. Anyway, are you you're familiar with these recommendations, right?
Yes.
Or is ATC agreeable to the recommendations?
Can we just get like a page number so we can have a touchstone?
We were just there.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at.
Right here, right here would be great.
All right, so
I
let's,
think you're already
for the
familiar.
record, let's just identify where we are and what document and what we want the witness to, agree to or not agree to or state an opinion on.
That's fine. I mean, this was also gone over in witness Rose's testimony, and there was opportunity to respond to her. So I'm just cleaning up here. I think, witness Warwick is familiar with these recommendations. And
Okay, so we're looking at the environmental assessment, and we're on page 45. There's bullet points. Is that the recommendations and specifically you're talking about?
I think they're further down a little bit, Your Honor.
Okay, so page
Right here.
46. There's 3 bullet points in a paragraph stating in addition to what was
There's-
listed in the ER review. Is that the recommendations we're talking about?
I think so. There's a whole section on this, and so we're not gonna be able to go through all of it in the time allowed. I would like to, I think that witness Warwick can generally respond since he's reviewed this already.
Yes.
Okay, just ask your question then.
As it relates to these 3 bullet points, number 1, yes. First bullet point, yes, we will request a renewal of the ER review. The second bullet point is referring to the April 1st through August 15th tree clearing avoidance.
I'm sorry, Judge, this is not the right page.
Okay. Let's go off the record.
Thank you.
Let's find where we need to be first.
I think it's one page up. The top of that long list. There we go.
Okay, so if we could, so let's get on the record. The witness has been asked to opine on the applicant's position on conditions being recommended in the EA. We're on page 45 of the EA with paragraph starting the ER review for the proposed project found 33 species, and the paragraph continues with bulleted points. So the question is, go ahead, Attorney Rogers.
Witness Warwick, can you respond on behalf of ATC as to whether it will be implementing these recommendations?
Yes, we can implement these recommendations with the exception of the last one. I just want to clarify that we've committed to removing all reptiles from the project area should they be found, not installing herp fence.
I'm sorry, what kind of fence?
Herp fencing, HERP.
Oh, OP.
Thank you, Witness Warwick. That's all I needed on that topic. That covered birds and much more. We haven't discussed bats. Obviously, bats aren't as easy to spot, or those nests aren't as easy to see as birds. Is there anything to be done, or anything that ATC is doing for roosting bats?
Nothing planned.
Anything that ATC has, any practices that ATC has ever used for bats other than avoiding tree clearing?
Not that I can recall, and not on my projects outside of requirements that came through federal consultation.
Were those mitigation measures?
Not necessarily, but it's been kind of a moving target, to be honest, as far as cave bats and their federal status. But typically the ask is to identify a hibernaculum, typically a cave in the case of cave bats, and then roosting trees. And to date, as far as I can recall on my projects, we haven't had any special measures that we've had to take related to those cave bats because they were not known to occur within the vicinity of the projects.
Okay. I might have one more question for you. One moment, please. I do. Sorry, this is one more question on the topic we left a few minutes ago, which was the assessment of the nesting locations. So this question was about timing. Um, well, how many do you have any estimate? I don't know if there's one in the record already. I think we know acreage, but not numbers of trees. Is it fair to say that there might be hundreds or even thousands of trees needing to be cleared as part of this project?
Hundreds of thousands, yes, definitely.
So I think the question was hundreds or thousands, and is your answer 100,000
Hundreds or thousands. I repeated hundreds or thousands.
or thousands? Okay, I just heard you wrong. Thanks.
So I guess the question is, if there are hundreds or thousands of trees and each of them needs to be inspected, how can ATC possibly confirm that? Well, I'll scratch that. I'm not sure how to ask this question. It's about the feasibility of the assessments, but I think you've addressed it sufficiently for now. Okay, and I will follow up with or I'll request to recall witness Hoffman on that question about timing. But I have no further questions for witness Warwick. Thank you, witness Warwick.
Okay, any other cross? Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, you're excused.
And we'll recall, assuming Your Honor's okay with it, we'll recall Stefan Hoffman.
Yes, I think that would make sense right now, so thanks. Just need you have him turn his screen on. No, he got, oh, there you go. You got dropped out the last time, so I wasn't sure. All right, so remember you're under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. So we have Attorney Rogers with some cross. Yeah.
Hi there, witness Hoffman.
Hi.
Did you follow the cross-examination of your colleague witness Warwick just now?
Yes.
I had asked Mr. Warwick about the timing of segments, or I'm sorry, I asked witness Warwick about tree clearing timing for segments D and L, proposed route segment J, and alternate route segments G and O. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Can you illuminate us as to whether a delay would push those tree clearing periods into the avoidance period recommended by DNR, or if it would be past that already?
Yeah, the response in the data request regarding scheduled clearing here recently on 7.1 was framed around a schedule assuming that whatever we've got a important piece is going to be the DNR and Army Corps permits in early 2026. Clearing is something we need to do out in front of construction generally, right? There's one of the first things we need to do. And if there's a delay in receiving the approvals we need up front and everything moves, it's really difficult to say, well, then this or that. But the response is based on, where those clearing activities would currently fall in the schedule. And for segments M and N, there's a significant portion of those segments are existing easements that that would be cleared as part of the project, but there are some additional easement width that would need to be cleared. Ultimately, that additional width, because it's not, for the most part, other than what's needed for construction or construction access, which is mentioned here in the data request, that it could wait if it had to. Ideally, we do all the work to be efficient at the same time. So that's why M and N are noted differently. There's not a lot of time between the time up front when we have the Army Corps permit and that April 1st date. So that's where there was at least noted that there was some flexibility because that line won't be energized until 2027. But the other segments would be happening after August 15th, 2026. So again, because that work is later in the schedule, we'd have that flexibility. The caveat I'd put on everything is that if some of the work is delayed and everything keeps getting pushed, and now if that work gets pushed into spring of 2027, because of, some of the question marks in the schedule are not only the permitting, but it's also at times just an overall construction consideration is when we can get outages on the lines that need to be out when we do construction. That can shift the construction schedule potentially. That's probably the biggest wild card in all of this when we get into scheduling. But again, based on the schedule that's as it's laid out now, overall, with a completion date in the fall of 2027, the clearing activities for those other segments would be in that, it'd be after April 15th, 2026 and before April 1st of 2027.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. You're excused. So that's our ATC witnesses. Let's go off the record. I'm looking like get a quick break here, but in the meantime, let's just check back with what we have coming up next. Which witness? So we have staff witnesses are still going to take the stand. I think we had at least, was it Paul Todd to take the stand?
Yes, and Your Honor, since that's going to be fairly short, would it be possible to take Mr. Todd out of order? He's got an issue at home with his dog that has been left unattended since 5:30 a.m.
Say no more. Yes, I think we can. How are you doing, Debbie? How's your dog?
My husband's home. They're all fine.
Oh, good. All right. Good.
They've all eaten.
We know
Thank
what
you.
the priorities are around here. Okay. So let's do our dog owner now, and then we'll take a break. So, yeah, we'll go out of order for a minute here and take, was it Paul Todd? Get that right?
Yeah, it is Paul. I can send him into a different room, Judge, or I can just turn my computer towards him and you'd see his face. Up to you.
That's you won't. That's fine. If you want to turn it around, that's fine. We won't see you, but that's okay. If you just let him sit
You'll
next
be
to
able to
you.
hear me.
He can just sit next to you too. That's fine too. All right. So there we go. All right, Paul Todd, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, there you go. Okay, go ahead with this witness.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Todd, are you the Paul Todd who filed direct testimony in the docket in this matter?
I am.
Were you present this morning when there was certain discussion regarding your errata testimony?
I was.
Okay. What is your understanding where the alternative route is for the new 138 kV line?
The alternative route is down Silver Spring, I believe, down Marcy and then down Silver Spring, and then it meets it up with the other ones in Butler somewhere. So.
Why do you desire to delete the phrase, quote, as depicted on Exhibit Todd ATC map appendix A figure 3 from lines 22 to 23 on page 7 of your direct testimony?
It was an error on our part. It referenced the alternative route going down Kohler Lane, which it does not. So it was an error on our part, and so we want to make our testimony accurate.
Do you swear or affirm that all of the other testimony in your direct testimony on file is accurate, and you would testify the same if those same questions were asked of you in this proceeding?
I would.
Nothing further.
Okay, thanks. And so I've received those documents. So just want to be sure that what we have is Todd 3R. That's still an accurate depiction of the Todd alternative.
Just a second. Let me put that in front of him, Judge.
Okay, and I can get a copy. We can go off the record for a second. I can get a copy up on the screen, but that's not it.
This is right.
Oh, I see. So this is not an alternative route. It's just showing the location of the property. So there's really not much change in there. So I just want to confirm. So let's get on the record. I just want to confirm with the witness. What I did here was to take the document provided by ATC, Appendix A, Figure 4, Map A444. So what I indicated above the property that I believe to be yours, I just put your last name on top of the line pointing to it. So that's your property, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then did the same thing for the next page, which is a separate map, 45. It just shows your property at a different angle, but it's the same idea with Todd indicated above the property. So that's your property as well.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, so that's fine. I just wanted to have all that information for the commission to see how it sets in with the rest of the environmental aspects of the project. Okay, great. So we have all the documentation for that witness, and you just need to refile according to the directions. Otherwise, any cross for the witness?
None for me, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, not hearing anything, so thanks, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so let's go off the record. So, yeah, I think let's grab 15 minutes and we'll be back at 4:30 to take the rest of the witnesses. Are we looking at much more testimony? Or is it
Two of our I think 3 staff have been flagged for cross. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Okay, 3 staff are across, and no, I can't remember.
I don't have very much cross at all, Your Honor. Just a couple questions. So
Okay.
shouldn't be too bad.
And the CMDM, do we have cross for Michaels?
No, Mr. Michaels asked if he could testify on direct, but my other witnesses,
All right.
MRP and WP, there's no cross for them, so they can be excused, or they have been excused.
They have been. Okay, I just didn't put that in there. Okay, good. So we're not waiting too much. And
Judge,
and
do we
then-
have a cutoff time, or are we just going to keep going?
Well, I do have tomorrow free, but I don't know if we need it. I'm willing. Yes.
Let's try to avoid it.
Well, yeah, I do. I also don't want to spend, the entire day here, but there is time tomorrow if we need to go through tomorrow. So at this point, really no cutoff time, but we'll see when we get to staff witnesses, we'll see what time it is at that point and reassess. Okay. All right. So 4:30, we'll meet back here and continue. Thanks.
Thanks.
I hate when I make that mistake of reading a whole bunch of stuff and then I'm not even unmuted.
Been there.
I'm like reading along and you guys start talking. I'm like, I'm not done yet.
What kind of puppies do you have?
I have 4 golden retrievers.
Oh,
Two are regular brown color and 2 are white, are English cream golden retrievers.
oh, nice.
One is a
You got some hair in your house.
actually it's not bad. We have something called a Fermi, which I would love to get some stock in because we do the Fermi on them. It's a brush, but it has a little vacuum on it. So as you brush, it vacuums, and we do that consistently. I mean, we might have a little bit of hair, but not, you
Oh,
know.
that works. That's cool. I have to
Yeah.
tell my wife about that.
Fermi, F-U-R capital M-E. But yeah, it's a good thing. But one of the English creams is a rescue because we were getting my daughter a puppy, and they're like, "Hey, do you want this dog?" And they know we're suckers.
Well, what is it? Force Company?
Yeah, yeah. 4 is a lot, and I'm having surgery probably in July, and I was reading the instructions, and you have to wash with this special stuff and go to sleep on fresh sheets and no dogs on the bed. And I'm like, oh, how are we going to do that? They're going to think they're in trouble.
Okay. Let's get back. We have CMDM on the line. I think they were next.
I thought we were doing ATC or PSC witnesses first.
Oh.
Let me call Mr. Michaels real quick.
So, okay. No, that wasn't what I intended. Maybe I said something wrong. Oh, yes, I think I did say, that backwards, didn't I?
I'll just call him right now.
Is he still okay? Sorry about that. Was he? Well, if we can skip over for now and take some staff witnesses and then get back, that's fine.
He said he's gonna get on right now.
Okay.
Getting my hopes up, Judge.
Well, I'm here. I don't know if I'm on video or not. Let's see here.
Yeah, I can send you, ask you to start it. Probably just see something.
Just start your video. Okay. Yep, here I am.
There we go. Great. Okay.
Sorry, I was out of my truck. I've been playing watch it for 8 hours running around the county here.
Oh, better.
You guys.
Glad you got to get something else done.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so let's get you sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So your witness, go ahead, Attorney Pollen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Michaels.
Good afternoon.
Are you the Christopher Michaels who previously filed direct testimony in this case?
Yes.
And if you were asked the same questions under oath that you were asked in your written testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is there anything that you wanted to add in regard to your property before the commission today?
Yeah, I guess briefly, I just have some serious concerns that the notification process was non-existent.
Okay, so I'm just going to stop you right there.
Okay.
So the way this process works is that your testimony, in terms of the written direct, is where the parties make their statement regarding their position on the case, and then after that, it's responding to the filings that come next. So that by the time we get to the hearing, you have the ability to respond to what's been stated recently and at the hearing. So
I
There
believe
has
that's
been
part
some.
I believe that's part of what I'm trying to say
Okay,
here, but let me
just a
finish.
sec,
Okay.
just a sec. So I do believe I heard some, we did talk about notification to the landowners at the hearing. So I think that to the extent that you want to talk about landowner notification, that's something that we did hear and was discussed here today. So go ahead with that statement.
Understandable, but something's just been brought to light. We just got paperwork back yesterday. Am I correct, Kevin? That we just got answers back yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And part of this whole process is I own a piece of property that if they do their easement expansions, I will lose this property. I will not be able to use this property, and it's a commercial property. So leaving me in the dark and giving us answers, we basically just got this back yesterday afternoon, clarifying expansions of easements and so on and so forth. I guess I don't know how they put the cart before the horse. But this is quite disturbing to me. I run a company, I run a business that I will not have access to on the property. What am I supposed to do with, that's where my first part of the statement was notifications. Mm-hmm. Nothing whatsoever. So in my particular case, everybody else is worried about where the line is going and where it's not going. In my particular case, the easement will cover my entrance to my property. It will render the majority of the property unusable.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Michaels. Do you have anything further?
No, I do not.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So any questions so is the witness ready for cross then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions for witness Michaels?
I just have one question. Mr. Michaels, are you aware that the documents that were produced yesterday were in response to your counsel's discovery request and were timely submitted to you in response to your counsel's discovery request within the 21-day deadline? I'm sorry, did you answer? I think
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that request was submitted after, was it before rebuttal or after rebuttal?
It was before rebuttal.
Okay.
And identified 21 days.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
I think we actually got some of the stuff in early because it would have been on the day of the hearing. So.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. All right. And any other other parties, commission staff? No? All right. Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Thank you very much, witness Michaels. You're excused. All right. How about the MRP witnesses? They're all excused. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And is it M. Todd? Any statement from that person?
Sorry, Judge, I was on mute. Mr. Todd was excused because there was no cross-examination noticed for him.
Okay, so M. Todd is, I thought that was.
Yeah, we had Paul Todd who testified earlier.
Both Michael and Paul. Okay, great. That's fine. Good. All right, so we'll move on to the Waymeyers. Did we have any need to take them, or have we excused them already?
They were excused, Judge. I did want to get on the record the notice that we had mailed. It came from my office. It was noticed to one of the other property owners. So I don't know if I mean, obviously I'm counsel here. Can I just file proof of mailing as sufficient evidence of mailing?
So let's just go off the record for a second. So the document you're referring to, I did see something filed, and you're talking about a notice to the refresh my memory here, the other landowners along the WP route.
Yes. This was Doc 545699.
Your Honor, we wouldn't have any objection to adding that as an exhibit to one of Mr. Pollard's client's testimony.
Okay, let me just take a peek. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's, no, this is not the right one. Oh, it is the right one. Okay, provided all this. All right. Yeah, I guess so. What I would, well, if we can handle this now, that's fine. Let's get on the record. So the Waymeyers are offering a document that's been on file at the commission. It was filed as correspondence. It was a letter to Erica Donovan and Charles Smith related to the Waimea alternative route, and it's a notice of that route being proposed. So I'm hearing that there's no objection from the applicant, so I'm just going to take that as a sign. I guess I wasn't sure what this was when it came in and what we really should do with it, but if Weimers want to offer that as an exhibit, and there's, let me ask, so first of all, we can mark it. Do we want to make that G. Weimeyer 4? And we'll have that filed as a G. Weimeyer exhibit, and I'll just need a cover page. So any objections to receiving this document into the record?
I think we do need an affidavit or some kind of proof that it was, or, you know, indication that it was provided to the,
Yes, okay, so
I
we
think
want to,
May I
so let's,
refile? I'm sorry, go ahead, Judge.
no, go ahead if you have more information, please.
I do have the certified mail receipt. Can I just attach that when I refile the exhibit?
That's perfect, yes.
Okay.
And yeah, that settles that. I wasn't necessarily going to receive that, but if I'm hearing no objections, we can do it. That's fine.
Thank
So
you.
anything else for WP?
No.
All right. And I suppose you want to include that in the affidavit for Waymeyer. So get that PSC reference number, the new one, before you well, as long as as well as the other refilings, get those numbers in before you file the affidavit.
Yep.
All right. So commission staff.
You're on mute, Sophia.
Thank you, thank you. Anna, let me know as well. She's in the room with me. Why don't you come over here, Anna? Commission staff calls Anna Greschel to the stand.
Okay. Swear you in, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Witness Greschel, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed the direct testimony, direct PSC Greschel and Sir Rebuttal PSC Greschel in
Yes,
this
I
case?
did.
And are you also sponsoring the two exhibits from staff, exhibit PSC completeness determination and exhibit PSC DRR?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
Yes, I would like to add that in my direct testimony, I asked the applicant to provide the MTEP reports to confirm that there were reliability issues in the project area. We received them yesterday, and I was able to confirm that MISO has identified these reliability issues in the 2023 and 2024 reports.
Great. Open to cross.
Okay, so those the new, so let me just make sure, confirm that the new data required, the Any data requests, responses that are not reflected in the current DRR exhibit will be added to a new version of that exhibit and filed by the staff?
That's right. The number that you have there has been one modified that's been posted today. However, it wasn't labeled with the R, so we're fixing that. There'll be a new number and that will be posted incorporating everything.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
It's never easy.
All right, so let's see what happens next. Cross.
No cross from the applicants.
No cross. Okay. About other parties? Nothing?
Good
All right.
job.
Thank you very much. You're excused.
Off the hook. Commission staff calls witness Kirsten Biefeld to the stand.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Witness Biefeld, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct DATCAP Biefeld along with exhibit DATCAP AIS in this docket?
Yes.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibit you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
I do not.
Open to cross.
Questions?
No cross.
Okay, interveners? No? All right.
Nothing from the bad parties.
Okay. Thanks, then. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, commission staff calls Kyle Feltus to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Witness Feltus, did you prepare and file or cause to be filed the testimony direct PSC Feltus and Sir Rebuttal PSC Feltus in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And did you also prepare and file or cause to be filed exhibit PSC EA?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits you filed in this case true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
Yes, I have two modifications.
What are those?
First off, there were two data request responses, PSCW-KF 6.6 and PSCW-KF 6.7. And I wanted to state.
I'm sorry, Kyle. Could we take a moment to pull those up, Judge?
Sure. Let's go off the record. You don't have to have the well, there are two different documents, two different files.
One document.
Okay, do you have the PSC number for that? Chance.
1 second.
That's right. We can just find it on Earth.
547496.
496. Yep, there we go.
And that's 6.6 and 6.7.
Okay, I think I have 6.6 up here, so go ahead and get on the record.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Feltus, go ahead.
I wanted to clarify that the responses to KF 6.6 and 6.7 do not affect the order condition that I originally proposed in my direct testimony.
That was the SHPO order condition,
Yes.
correct? Did you also have a comment regarding segment L and the testimony you heard today regarding the Village of Butler comment?
Yes, I do. The applicant and a representative from the Village of Butler have provided a multitude of reasons why relocating proposed structures from the Seymour property to the south side of the Silver Spring Road may be difficult due to existing infrastructure. I acknowledge the real possibility that existing facilities may be at risk if the two structures nearest to the Seymour residence are moved south. Given the statements in the record, it seems that plans depicting buried infrastructure are yet to be reviewed to consider specific segment L modification options near the Seymour parcel. I think it would be necessary for the commission to have more information to be able to make a decision on this issue. I propose an order condition for the commission to consider, which would read, and I quote, "The applicant shall work with the Village of Butler Department of Public Works and commission staff during the final engineering phase to locate buried facilities on the south side of Silver Spring Road and determine precise areas where relocation of the two proposed transmission structures would not impose significant risk to existing infrastructure." End quote.
That conclude your testimony, witness
Yes,
Phelps?
it does.
No further questions, open to cross.
Okay, question. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, ATC. Sounds like you're just raring to go. So
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Feltus, my name's Brian Potts. I represent ATC today. I just had a question about the last order point. Is it your position that the commission should locate the structures
Objection.
of the road?
Can the attorney rephrase? Staff doesn't make recommendations about what the commission should or shouldn't do.
Well, it sounds like that's what he just did in the order point, so I'm trying to clarify that.
right. So the witness can answer, I think, and yeah, just have the witness answer. They don't necessarily need to state an opinion about the final outcome of the committee and you know, opine on what the commission will decide. But I think we want to just clarify what's being asked of in this order condition. That's fair. So go ahead.
I'm not recommending that the commission order this. I simply believe that for the commission to fully consider the possibilities of mitigation actions that have been discussed so far, I believe they will need more information, and doing so in the way that I had mentioned, I believe is a way to move forward with giving the commission that information.
Okay, so the order point is aimed at getting additional information in this area, but not necessarily requiring any outcome based on that additional information. Is that correct?
Correct. It is so that the commission has more information so that they can then decide whether additional actions should be done.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, so any other cross from the interveners?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Is it Feltus?
Feltus, yes, thank you.
In your surrebuttal testimony, by the way, I represent some of the landowners, including the MRP property and the WP property, who are interveners. In your surrebuttal testimony, you stated that the alternative routes as suggested by the MRP and WP party do not currently have incremental differences in environmental impacts attributed to the change in the route design reflected in the record. These differences would need to be provided by the applicant for the total impacts imposed by the project to be known if one of the alternative route options are selected. That is your testimony, correct?
Correct.
My question for you is, has the applicant provided any information about the incremental differences in the environmental impacts based on the proposed change?
With regard to your party's alternative routes?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you believe that the commission should have that information in order to make a decision on the matter?
Objection. I mean, calls for a legal conclusion, also is asking the witness to speculate about what the commission needs, which is not foundation The witness doesn't have any foundation to testify about what the commission needs to make a decision.
This is my witness. I think he can answer if the judge allows.
Well, we have an objection, so just hang on. Yeah, that's an interesting argument. I like that. So, let's see. So we have PSC 2. So Wisconsin Administrative Code PSC 2.03 sub 1. Staff's role is to discover and present, if necessary, information pertinent to the docket. So I think the commission staff needs to have an opinion about what's pertinent. And I think that's what is being asked of the witness in this case and with this question. So if the witness could answer whether that information would be useful to the commission in the staff member's opinion, we can hear that.
And
So so overruled.
Judge, if I may, I think 4.20 is also on point here.
In what? Well, in what way are we?
The information plays into the WEPA determination, which Kyle prepared for the WEPA coordinator at the commission.
Oh, 4.02 you're talking about. Oh, okay, sorry.
4.20, PSC 4.20. I don't know if I said it wrong.
No, I didn't know you were referencing a different rule. Okay, so as WEPA coordinator and as commission staff, he's qualified to answer the question. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Kyle's not the WEPA coordinator, but he prepared the environmental assessment under 4.20 and can answer the question on that basis.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, do we need to read the question? Why don't we do that? So it would be Attorney Pollard's question, I believe.
Question, do you believe that the commission should have that information in order to make a decision on the matter?
Yes, I believe the commission will need that environmental information to make a proper determination on WEPA.
Thank you, Mr. Feltus. No more questions.
Okay. So I guess I was usually with order conditions, they have certain characteristics, like if there's so I guess I'm kind of concerned about the order condition that was proposed with respect to the Seymour property. And I just want to express what those are and maybe get response. I guess the commission will approve if this is an order condition and it's specific to citing a particular line. We're assuming the commission's approving the project and then is on conditions, and this is going to be one of the conditions. So, but I'm curious about what staff thinks about how the staff and ATC and the landowner and the village are going to proceed. Is there going to be, is the language everyone consults together? Do they produce a report that gets filed with the commission? Is there a deadline for when this is concluded? I think we just need to nail a few things down in order to know what this condition is going to say, because it seems like we're leaving it sort of open-ended. And is the commission then going to get this and make a decision on whether this route's going to be as proposed or changed? What's the procedure that we're envisioning, and should some of that or all of that be spelled out in the condition?
Right. The wording that witness Feltus had read in just now was shall work with. The applicant shall work with the Village of Butler Department and Public Works and Commission staff during the final engineering phase to locate buried facilities. And so it's a good point, Your Honor. We threw this together in response to the latest data request, and it's not necessarily we haven't fully considered your point. So these are good and welcome points. I think that adding in a timing or reporting requirement would make a lot of sense here. There's a standard order condition that the commission requires of construction projects to provide quarterly reporting, including certain items. This could potentially be updated in there, or it could be provided on an as-needed basis, say within 30 days of a resolution reporting on the progress. There is no further opportunity for the commission itself to rule on a change in the route after, or I'm sorry, to rule on this isn't going to go back before the full commission, but we do have a process for minor routing adjustments. And so I think we could work it in there.
Well, I guess you're assuming it is a minor adjustment. We don't.
Your Honor, may I raise a couple points?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess a couple things. First of all, I'm not sure it's fair to my client that an order point get floated at the hearing with no chance for my client to review the actual language, comment on the language, make its position known. If the staff wanted such an order point, they could have asked for it at any time during the proceeding or put it in their testimony. I understand that, that there's some new information about the Village of Butler recently, but and then my second concern with this, and this has kind of been a recurring theme in this proceeding, is it seems like there's a lot of crossover between what happens at the public hearing and now ATC is seemingly having to respond to public comments in the technical proceeding. The Seymours are not parties in this technical hearing, neither is the village. And so I feel like there's a little bit of unfairness going on in that all of a sudden the applicants are expected to respond to public comments that occurred yesterday or 2 days ago in the technical proceeding. And now the staff is proposing a new order point that we haven't seen based on public comments for parties that aren't even in the technical proceeding. So those are my two objections.
Okay, well, noted. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think the applicant should be aware of that there has been, it's happened often. I don't know when this really has became more frequent, but I know that often the commission will address public comments in its open meeting, and that concerns raised by on particular specific topics by the public are addressed by the commission in terms of mitigating individual hardships. So I don't know about the process by which that was vetted through the party session and then presented to the commission. Maybe, and I guess I'm not going to say whether, but it may be different than this case. I'm not exactly sure how exactly, but it's not unusual that the commission does address individual comments, and so to give the parties the chance to know that's coming and be able to respond is better than not getting any chance to do that. So sooner the better, and on all fronts, of course, and to avoid prejudice and to provide due process, the more time we have to address all issues that are raised, the better. I think some practical aspects of these cases make that very difficult. But your objections noted. I just I mean, the testimony of staff is in, but I guess there may need to be more conversation on this and more and more practical consideration about how this process is going to work if it's an order condition. But I just wanted to flag that because I don't know how we would, how that would look actually in an order, assuming that we get to that point where this is ordered as a condition. So I think, to some extent, I don't want to direct anything to happen, but I think it may be useful if staff and ATC would have a conversation about this offline and, see what process can be developed. But as far as the staff's recommendation, that's what it's recommending, so that's fine. All right, so we're at the point of, let me just ask again, any cross for the witness now?
Judge, sorry, but I think you wanted to consider, well, you had raised some considerations. I think you were going to ask Mr. Feltus whether he wanted to add reporting conditions or timing to his order point language.
I don't know if I was asking him specifically, but if you did mention that there'd be some process can be used for this. I mean, I don't know if it's there's just very speculative to know if it's going to be a minor adjustment or.
Absolutely. Yeah, I might have misspoken there.
I guess there's got to be. Let's just leave it. I think staff and staff can propose what it's proposing. The commission can review it. If staff wants to get more information from the applicant about this, it may do so. And if it needs to supplement the record in order to make changes to its recommendations, it can do that as well. So you'll see a request to supplement the record come in with that.
Okay.
If necessary. Okay.
We can handle it that way. Thanks very much, Judge.
Okay, sure. All right. So anything else for this witness?
I just have a little bit of cross.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Feltus, earlier today, Mr. Pollard was asking you about the alternative route that his clients had proposed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had testified that it would be helpful if the commission had more information regarding that alternative route. Do you remember that, at least for WEPA purposes? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
If the commission were to decide based on the record today that they're not interested in going on that alternative route that the interveners have proposed, would the commission need that extra data about this alternative route?
Ideally, they would have that information so that they can make an informed decision.
Okay, but are you saying they can't make an informed decision now based on the record where ATC has already provided numerous other reasons why this alternative route might be problematic?
Objection, misstating testimony.
If the attorney could narrow the question to WEPA compliance, that might be helpful.
Well, the testimony of who? Of ATC? I guess Attorney Pollard, I guess I don't understand the objection.
Mr. Potts inferred that or stated that there were multiple reasons why the proposed route, but I believe generally it was multiple witnesses testified that it was just because there's wetland there. So that was a single reason.
No, that is not accurate. But
okay, so I'm going to overrule the objection that, I think your ATC is correct on that point, but so when we read the question back, the Attorney Potts's question to the witness.
Question, but are you saying they can't make an informed decision now based on the record where ATC has already provided numerous other reasons why this alternative route might be problematic?
Judge, I can see the witness is struggling with this question. Could it be?
Wait, hang on. The question's posed to the witness. So if he needs clarification or if he can't answer, he can answer telling us that. But
Okay.
I want to clarify that any response I give is not indicative of any sort of agreement of me thinking that the alternatives are inherently problematic. I do think the commission would need to have this additional information for them to determine whether those alternatives specifically are appropriate and compliant. If they were to not choose those alternatives, obviously whether the incremental impact differences of those alternatives are then moot. But it is my opinion that it would be useful for them to have that information to make an informed decision.
Okay, one more question. Are you aware of any prior transmission line docket where an intervener has proposed a different route and ATC has been required to do a full analysis of that alternative route?
Objection, not even a relevant question.
I mean, I can respond to that if you want, Your Honor, but
sure, yes, go ahead.
It's directly on point to the lines of questioning we're talking about. So I don't know that I need to say anything else.
Okay, overruled.
My personal experience and knowledge of previous ATC projects, I don't think should be a determinant of whether the commission would consider an intervener's alternative route.
Can you answer that question though?
Would you want to repeat the question?
Well, read it back, please.
Question, one more question. Are you aware of any prior transmission line docket where an intervener has proposed a different route and ATC has been required to do a full analysis of that alternative route?
Not personally, no.
And I guess one last question. Did the PSC staff in this proceeding issue a data request to ATC asking for ATC to do a full analysis of these alternative routes?
Define full analysis, please.
I mean, you can define it because it's your testimony that additional analysis, could have been put in the record. Did that staff ask for that additional analysis?
I did ask for additional analysis, and that was to provide quote incremental environmental impact differences. And that is what I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony.
And other than that one request, is there any other request that you remember where the staff asked ATC to provide a full analysis that you would require or that you would want for this alternative?
To clarify again, you mean these alternatives proposed by the other parties?
Correct.
I have not asked for any information regarding these alternate routes.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is that all the witnesses? We have any more commissions?
No, we have a couple
Oh,
DNR.
there we go. We got a couple more. All right. Call our next one.
All right, we'll call jury Rademacher, please.
There we go. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Witness Rademacher, did you file or prepare and file or cause to be filed the direct DNR Rademacher and rebuttal DNR Rademacher testimonies in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes,
Do you have any additions or modifications at this time?
I do not.
Open to cross.
No. Any questions?
Yes.
All right. We'll go to the applicant first.
I'm fine with Mr. Pollard going first. I just have one or two and he might cover them.
All right. That's fine. Go ahead, Attorney Pollard.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rademacher. My name is Kevin Pollard. I represent the WP and MRP parties who have proposed alternative routes. Are you familiar with those alternative routes that have been proposed?
You're referring to the roads along Mercy Road?
Correct.
Yes, I'm familiar with them.
In your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the alternative route option offered by Mr. Jackson, who was the civil engineer who prepared the original route for the MRP parties, you said that alternative road option offered by Mr. Jackson could still be permittable from a wetland perspective, but further information such as confirmation of the presence of wetland and a plan that avoids and minimizes wetland impact to the extent practicable would be necessary to support Mr. Jackson's proposed route option prior to a permit decision. Is that accurately stating your testimony?
I believe so, yes.
To your knowledge, has the applicant ATC confirmed the presence of wetland in the subject area?
Not outside of their proposed right away for their proposed alternative or their preferred option.
Okay. To your knowledge, has the applicant ATC submitted any plan to avoid or minimize wetland impact to the extent practicable within the route proposed by Mr. Jackson for MRP?
No, I am not.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. I'll go back to the applicant. Any questions? I
Yeah.
covered it all, right?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Rademacher. My name's Brian Potts. I'm an attorney for ATC. I'm not sure the easiest way to ask this, so I'm just going to explain what I think would be useful for the record here. So if the commission were interested in choosing, for example, one of these alternative routes that we've been talking about, I'd like to understand, and I think the commissioners would probably benefit from understanding what would that do to the timeline of DNR issuing its individual permit for this project. And let me give you a little more context so you can fully understand my question. I guess there's two different ways this could happen. Is if they approve the project and said, we want you to go on one of these alternate routes, the DNR could issue a individual wetland permit for all the other parts of the project and then maybe amend that permit to add, the additional structures, or the DNR could hold up the whole permitting until it has analyzed the impacts from the alternate route. And I guess I'm wondering which one of those, or what would that process look like, because it could impact the project schedule and timing.
Yeah, well, I guess from my perspective, the alternates that are being offered along Marcy Road are very limited in size and scope, right? So I think any additional information that would need to be reviewed to support a wetland permit could be reviewed in a timely manner, and I don't anticipate delays in permitting as long as that information is provided by ATC.
And my understanding is that there's only a very short amount of time after an order is issued for the DNR to statutorily have to issue its permit. Is that correct? Uh-oh, I think you're frozen.
Yeah, let's go off the record. I think we lost Jerry. If you can hear me, you're still connected, but we are not hearing you. Okay, there we go. Hopefully she'll reconnect.
Interestingly, another witness also lost her connection. I wonder if there's an outage.
Okay, check. If there was a Zoom outage, we'd probably be seeing more people.
Did Mr. Pollard leave? I see his name. Oh,
No, he's there.
Sorry, you just kind of popped up.
I
Sorry.
was just slouching.
Okay.
So I think that Jerry and Stacy will be in the waiting room soon. It's connected.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just didn't see you over there. I thought you were gone.
And Debbie, we're probably going to need you to read the question back because I've already forgotten it.
When has that ever stopped us?
Yeah, and I don't know if Jerry got to hear it. So
It doesn't look like there's an outage. There
So-
was one last month, so it was pretty interesting time.
Would the court be open to having these witnesses call in?
Yes, they have to, yeah, just use the phone
Okay.
connection, that's fine.
Okay. And the call-in number, I'm gonna pull it from the notice.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same phone number as for the public hearing session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Weird that it happened to both of them at the same time.
They're both at the DNR. Could be their building.
I already forgot what their backgrounds were today. I don't know if they're home or at work.
Mm-hmm.
Must be the air quality alert that got issued.
When that goes out, all DNR workers are kicked off of Zoom.
Right.
Keep them safe.
There we go. Okay, I see you there. Phone number ending in 657. You'll just need to press *6 to unmute. And
This is Jerry Runnermacher calling
okay,
in from my
good, we got you
personal
back.
cell phone. I was kicked out of Zoom. My internet connection is good. I think Stacy Rowe was also kicked out.
Yes, I think that's, yeah, we got you both on the phone now. So thanks for quickly reconnecting the best way you can. So appreciate that. So we do have a pending question. I don't know if you heard that one. So we're going to have the court reporter read it back for you.
Question, and my understanding is that there's only a very short amount of time after an order is issued for the DNR to statutorily have to issue its permit. Is that correct?
the department has 45 days to issue a permit decision.
And Ms. Rademacher, is it your position that this could be done during that 45-day period by the DNR?
If the necessary information is supplied to us and it's provided in a timely manner, I'm not sure if you heard my testimony. I'm not exactly sure when I was cut off of my earlier question, but if the information is provided by ATC in a timely manner, I believe we could issue a decision within 45 days, yes.
Okay, nothing further.
I guess it comes back. Oh, thank you.
Oh, go ahead. That's good.
I was going to say it just depends on the timeliness of receiving that information from ATC.
Okay, but would it take you a full 45 days to handle the new information? Or I mean, how long do you think you'd be able to process the new information on its own?
Given the limited scope of this change, I believe we could review the information timely, I would say within 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
Given we are provided all the information, so the updated,
Right.
DNR tables, the figures, the plans, the impact information, everything that's typically provided in a filing for a particular route option or segment option.
Okay. All right, thanks. Any other questions? No. Other interveners? No, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
So we have Stacy Rowe live in person. All right. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Did you prepare and file or cause to be filed direct testimony, direct DNR row and sir rebuttal DNR row in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Did you hear the testimony of witness Warwick today?
Yes, I did.
I have a couple questions on that. First one, did you follow the line of questioning? There are a couple questions about the number of nests that might be identified under the current ATC assessment procedure. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
I believe that witness Warwick stated that a handful of nests could be found in a project of comparable size. Do you remember that?
I do.
I think he said 5 or fewer. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, my initial reaction to that is that number is quite low for the number of trees being removed, upwards of, it sounds like thousands, 100 to 1,000 trees.
Okay, and what kind of information informs that decision for you? I mean, sorry, informs that opinion.
Yeah, just as a general conservation biologist, having knowledge on birds, having gone out and done bird surveys, even in my own yard, I would think that there would be certainly at least a nest per mature tree out there present, possibly, depending on habitat and area, but certainly there would be more than just 5.
Okay. So a little bit more broadly, did witness Warwick's testimony as a whole, along with the avian protection exhibit that was provided, I think yesterday, did hearing that testimony and reviewing that avian protection exhibit change your position or your recommendation on the tree clearing avoidance period?
No, it did not. I would say my recommendation still stands, based on the fact that I think by avoiding those tree clearing dates, it will be avoiding take of numerous bird species and individuals.
Okay, so you were not persuaded that the assessment would be sufficient here. Can you say anything more about that?
Just that I think by if tree clearing were to occur during the nesting season and the actions that Warwick stated in his testimony, I don't think that would be quite enough to ensure that take would be avoided.
Okay, no further questions open to cross.
Any questions?
I have a quick question, Your Honor. Ms. Rowe, where transmission projects are located would change or would have an impact on how many bird nests would be encountered. Isn't that right?
Is the question related to this project and its location? Or general question?
I mean, we can read the question back. I thought it was pretty clear.
You're saying generally?
Correct.
Yes, yeah, based on habitat in the area, correct.
And this project is located in a relatively developed area of the state. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you expect there to be a high density of migratory birds in this relatively developed area of the state?
That's difficult to say. I will say that the migratory bird species covered under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act include common species such as robins, finches, blue jays, cardinals, things that you would normally see in a very developed area. So I would say that those species and individuals could certainly still be found in this type of habitat.
But a take permit wouldn't be required for those species, isn't that right?
A state incidental take permit would not be required, no, but they are still protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act.
And so it's your testimony today that you believe there should be more than 5 incidences of nest observations and halting of construction on a project in a developed area like this one, in a developed area of the state.
I'm simply trying to protect those birds that are protected by a federal act. And if that means tree clearing should occur outside that window, which my window is shortened compared to what the Fish and Wildlife Service recommends, then that's my recommendation, that tree clearing not take place during that time period.
And that wasn't a question I asked. I guess if we could read back the question.
Okay, let's read it back.
And question, and so it's your testimony today that you believe there should be more than 5 instances of nesting observations and halting of construction on a project in a developed area like this one, in a developed area of the state?
There should be more than 5 instances. I would think of the size of project there, I would expect more than 5 instances, yes.
Even and so when you say the size of the project, are you referring to the mileage?
In general, yes, yeah.
And it was your testimony earlier that where the project is located matters too. Isn't that right?
Right, where it's located, habitat, length of it, all of that goes into consideration.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand what your opinion is. So it's your opinion that a project like this one in a developed area that is this length should have more than 5 instances of nests being encountered along the right of way.
Would think so, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any other cross? So I just needed to clarify something with you, witness Rowe. And this is what I heard, but I'm not necessarily sure if that's what you said. So, so let me say, did you testify that the avian protection plan that ATC had provided as a discovery response and the testimony that you heard today was not adequate to avoid a taking, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I still think that keeping my proposed recommendation is still adequate because I did not feel that enough protection was going into the birds that may be nesting in those trees.
Okay. So, but I suppose, is this the first time, have you had a chance? So I'm assuming, let me know if you had a chance to review the avian protection plan before you testified. Is that right?
I did review it, yes.
Okay.
In reference to vegetation management, yes.
So is there any extent to which the DNR relies on ATC's avian protection plan when it reviews the applications for ATC projects?
Yes, I have.
Judge, this wasn't provided as part of the application.
Okay, so so my question is, has the DNR in the past seen let me start again, hang on. Has DNR used the ATC avian protection plan in any way when evaluating an ATC project?
In terms of vegetation management, no, I have not.
So it's an avian management project, protection plan. Is it avian protection that you would use it for, or no?
ATC, yeah, it would be for avian protection, right?
Right, I guess. Okay, I don't know. I don't know exactly.
I might be able to, ask a couple questions on redirect, Judge.
Okay, why don't you do that? Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm sorry, was there more cross?
Well, no, there's no more cross. I just didn't understand. If
Let me-
DNR is saying this is not adequate, what is the consequences of that in DNR's
Okay. Okay, understood.
opinion? So, okay.
Let me give it another shot. Witness Rowe, what were you hoping to see in that avian protection plan with regard to the tree clearing recommendation?
I guess maybe I was hoping to see a little bit more about how who was going to be surveying trees for nests. How are they done? Is it the day of? Is it the day before, a week before? Just a little bit more information on what all is included, and again, how are they going to be following the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act?
And Witness Warwick already confirmed this, but from your perspective, is it fair to say that the avian protection document does not address protocol for habitat inspections in advance of tree clearing?
I did not see that, no.
Okay, we heard some testimony from Witness Warwick about that procedure that ATC follows, right? Okay, and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear an answer.
No, your sound is out.
But microphone's not working.
Gosh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now it is.
Okay, correct.
So what shortcomings do you see in what Witness Warwick was describing? Or could you give a couple of examples of things you would have liked to hear from ATC on that you did not hear?
Again, I think I was looking just for a little bit more detail, a little bit more evaluation of the tree clearing itself, of the trees, just to look ahead of time to really look for those smaller nests that may be present, whether they're in on the branches, in the trees themselves, in holes, all those types of things. I think just a little bit more detail into what they plan on doing and how they plan on finding those nests and then reporting those out.
In your professional opinion and based on what you've heard today, is it feasible for foresters on the ground to identify nests among hundreds or thousands of trees?
I think it would be difficult, especially if the trees have leaves on them, which they typically do during the nesting season, especially to find the very small nests that could be found at the top of the trees. I think it would be difficult, but you could also do that inspection while you are cutting the tree or looking at that or climbing the tree. There are other ways to do it than just from the ground.
Judge, I hope that's clarifying.
I think that helped. Just that the previous statement of the witness just, seemed incomplete. So I'm glad we got a little more specificity on that. Thanks.
Okay. So Ms. Rowe, can you make any more final comment on the bats? Did you hear, or did you hear
the bats?
Well,
actually, you know what? I had dropped this is redirect. I forgot where we were.
Okay.
Happy to drop that. Let's call it a day.
Great. Okay. That's what I was hoping you'd say. All right. So, any other questions for witness Rowe?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You're excused. Okay. That's all of our witnesses, correct? Great. We made it through the list. All right. So, nothing to do yet, but so we do have our post-hearing schedule. I think it's been adjusted, and I sent an email out regarding that.
That was a different docket.
Oh, it was a different case? Oh, all right. Okay, we'll figure this out eventually. Okay, so scratch that. We have a post-hearing schedule has been established. You can see that on our the pre-hearing conference memo, I believe. So at this point, we're just looking for the corrective filings and the affidavits to come in, and then briefs. There's going to be a process now for the transcript that for interveners to stick with the standard process that's in the schedule. There's going to be an additional layer for the applicant being the only party authorized to view the confidential. I mentioned this before, but there'll be a process by which we receive the confidential transcript and have the applicant, if they wish to continue to assert confidentiality of whatever was said in the closed session, they'll need to file a confidential version and a public version of the transcript. But we can deal with that between us and the applicant. And I think that's all I need to review. So is there anything else we need to address before we adjourn?
Your Honor, can I just ask one question on filing the complete replacement version of any written testimony corrected by errata that's in the FMO?
Yes, please do.
So, because I want to do it correctly, obviously.
Yes.
Am I correct that what I should do in the case of Mr. Paul Todd is an example, to the extent that I corrected a typo, that typo can be corrected. I can delete the phrase that was the subject of Mr. Todd's testimony here today. And then I file that with the code R, as I understand it, from the order. Do I show those changes via red line, or does it just come in as a clean copy?
No, I think what we're going to do, so my intention was that I was going to accept the typo correction, and you would just correct it on a clean copy. But in terms of the reference to the exhibit and the alternate route, I was going to keep that in, although the I guess we so so Todd 3 was not going to be received at all. Oh, that's this document. Okay, so still confused by, let's just okay, so the original Todd 3 looks like this. So there's no alternate route on this map.
Well,
right, is that?
Yeah, I mean, we interpreted it as such.
As
That's what we're
yes.
trying to correct. That's why we want the reference to the exhibit eliminated from the record.
And as far as ATC knows, did you respond to this in testimony? I don't, if you know.
I don't believe we did, and we don't have any objection.
Okay.
Clarifying.
All right.
I think it was a misstatement in their testimony, and so it would help to clarify it.
That's fine. Yeah, just file that correction as well. So you'll just so in this case, I think the best way to handle this is just to strike that with a line through it. The quoted section, just have a strike through. This way you keep your pagination. I used to have people black it out, but then everyone got confused as to whether that was confidential or not. So so I had to go with something else. So if you just strike it through, commission will understand it's not in the record. And we'll just go with that.
All right, understood. Thank you very much for the clarification.
I appreciate you asking the question. All right. Any other questions? Okay. That's it then. Thanks very much, everyone. We're adjourned. Take care.
Stan for me.
Oh boy.
Thanks, Judge.
Now I'm in trouble. Let me turn off all this stuff here.